You didn't see the message? Sorry, I probably clicked it too late. This is all fiction. It's a game called Lost Wiki. Kozlovka. I don't really know what to expect, but the person who recommended it said if you like the root trees, you might like this. It's also about exploring like a cult, and so I figured, what greater game to play than this on a day when our cult had our annual weekly meeting. I don't know what to expect. I'm excited to see what this game is because I already love the concept that I saw from the images, and I think you'll like it too. Computer Mouse is highly recommended for the intended experience, and maybe a cup of coffee like I have here. Look at that. The Lost Wiki. Kozlovka. Now, as far as I can tell, it's a game where you're trying to find information. And you're trying to draw a conclusion to things based on the clues that you find. I don't really know how much further it goes beyond that. But I've heard many great things about this game from the person who sent it to me, as well as from the reviews that I saw. So I'm excited to see what this feels like. And you can already kind of tell it's trying to go for that very sort of like old school... I don't know. It's like that. It's a certain aesthetic that I've seen in games nowadays where they sort of like try to emulate old computing hardware in the way that it sounds, and I really enjoy the way that it feels. There's a tactility that is lost in modern modern computing that I think people just didn't have the taste for. But I think when you go back to what it is, you realize acutely what you're missing when we decided to sort of sand off all those sharp edges to make these like round corners. Let's say. You're watching stream while drawing. It's on speaker for your monkey man scream. Oh! System code 342 version 1.2. Lost. Sorry, I need to stop screaming. Sorry. Hey, sure. Oh. You click 78092. I bet my password is also 78092. Hey. Oh, this is very nice feeling. Lysenko V at Kozlovka local. Potential job in Kozlovka. I've read your articles. I think you can notice what others miss. You're thorough, and more importantly, careful. That's what I need. I've granted you limited access to the database. It holds more than enough if you know where to look. Attachments, database instructions.doc. Oh, see that? There's potential here. You get things, emails. I don't know why, but like something about the aesthetic of like you receiving emails about things. I think because it's so relatable to modern day life that, you know, in the same way that like an isekai appeals to you, this is sort of like an office-based isekai where you're brought into this world where your job is not just filling out spreadsheets, but actually like discovering murders, let's say. I don't know. Oh! Okay, database instructions. Cool. Attachments. Use the hyperlinks to navigate around the database. Drag the right words into the report. When you are satisfied with your conclusions, submit the findings to me. I will review them. Okay. Ooh. Oh, you can even drag it around to see what's going on here. I don't know if this is a horror game. So if I scream, I'm sorry, but if you're new here, I'm a screamer. In the mail file, press the attachment file you'd like to view. Yeah. Okay, so I know how to do this. This is good. So let's use hyperlinks to navigate around the database, whatever that is, and find information about something. I'm not sure what. I don't even know what this word is. But we're finding something about some cult somewhere. Should I get rid of the... How bad does this look on the bitrate, chat? Can you tell me how bad this is on stream? Because I really like the CRT effect, but I recognize that it's going to be awful for the bitrate. Looks fine? Okay, perfect. Let's see. Looks fine? Perfect. I get to keep the full visuals. Oh, thank goodness. So I have a bunch of options here. Something is a quiet town in Zarnava. It is beside the Something, a vibrant woodland with a very distinct ecosystem. At the heart of the forest, this tall tree stands proud, that locals refer to as the Something. The town itself has a thriving something business, one which boasts bountiful harvest and provides food sustainability. And this is drag any valid text from the database into the empty slots in the reports, or I can click on the slot and then click on the item to fill in the current article, and I can submit the findings. Riot. You can write as much as you want. Redacted bypass. Enter your system code, followed by the local area code. That's interesting. I also like the music in this game. It's very interesting. I don't know why, but piano music can sound so haunting in this way when it's used like this. And it's funny because the only other game that I can think of that really makes use of this very well is Resident Evil. Within the safe zones. Image viewer, so you can zoom in on that. So this is the actual database itself. That's the attachments that I have, and that's my mail. Okay, so we have everything that I need. We have controls and a reload button and a mushroom. My mouse rule makes that noise. Version 1.2 system code 342, 1991 to 1995 Lost Corporation. All rights reserved. Portions of the Zarnavian Cultural Preservation Initiative 1991 to 1995 Lost Wiki. That was a very cool globe. It's just like Wikipedia. And what's funny is that we did run a local Wikipedia instance one time when we were trying to do some stuff on Factorio, and that was a major mistake, and I don't really know why we did that, but it was fun to try that out. This reminds me a lot of that. I don't really know why that reminds me of that, but it does. Chat, I can't dock the chat anymore, and I don't know why. Okay, chat, you are now floating. I don't know why. I don't know what happened, but you're now floating. I'm putting you over here. Let's see. Can I save? Okay, save now. Dock me. I'm gonna dock you. Kozlovka. I should bookmark this. If you bookmark everything, it's like highlighting everything, right? But I'm gonna do it anyways. Kozlovka is a small town located in the eastern region of Zarnava, nestled at the edge of the Bielowieska of the Białowieża forest. The town boasts its agricultural achievements with incredibly fertile soil. Kozlovka was founded in 1887 and survived significant challenges, including German occupation during World War II and the latest Soviet influence. So I'm assuming we're somewhere in like Eastern Europe. Click on the hyperlinks. Yeah. The bookmark icon is this. You see the image. That's very interesting. You can zoom in. You can press on the full screen button on the corner of the image to make it full screen. And you can hold and drag to zoom. So that's the full screen to open it up. And now we can zoom in to see things. I don't really know what I should be looking at here. You know, we complained about that laptop that has 7 screens, right? And we thought to ourselves, oh, 7 screens is too much. But now I kind of want 7 screens too. Doesn't that look like a mouth over here? Actually, there's something weird going on with the image as a whole. Do you see it shaking? No, that's just the CRT, right? Scan lines. It looks like a mouth over here. It's kind of an eerie town if you really think about it. And it's interesting. The art style of this game is very, very unique. It reminds me of like very old, I guess like Apple Macintosh games way back when everything was in monochrome, there was no color, or even Game Boy Advance games where sort of in losing the ability to capture very fine details, you gain the ability to do things in the greater whole, right? Like when I zoom out, for instance, when I zoom in, I see silhouettes of a house, but when I zoom out, I see a face over here screaming. I see things that are just there, out there. 6, 7. You prefer 6 or 7 screens, dude. God damn it. Forget your 6, 7s. Does anybody... What does it even look like on stream? Does this look like anything good to you? Like with all the effects? Is the bitrate good? Because it says my hard drive is going to be full in 14 hours. So, it's by the forest. Let's see, the forest. Białowieża Forest. Białowieża Forest is located... It does hurt your eyes a bit. Okay, that's normal. If it hurts your eyes, that's a very normal thing. Białowieża Forest is located next to the town of Kozlovka. Known for its distinctive natural features, it is home to an ancient tree, the Draken Oak, which is believed to be over 1,000 years old. It's a home to a unique and rare fungus, symbiotic ergo. What is this? Any Cyrillic readers within chat? It literally says it right here. Białowieża. It's the translation of the word. At least two. There's a symbol down here of something. At first I thought it was like a hexagon, but it actually is closer to the shape of a cube than it is to a hexagon. Or maybe, no, it is closer to the shape of a hexagon because that point is like way too close for the perspective line. It's the Star Wars Empire logo. So somebody ban this guy! Is it a bone? Chat, I think that's a bone. Like someone's spine over there. You and your Star Wars. Oh, Star Wars fanatics. They think everything is Star Wars. They think Star Wars did everything first. But it does though. It actually does. What if it's related? What if I accidentally started playing a Star Wars game? What is the Draken Oak? Quercus dracensis, Draken Oak, is a rare and ancient tree in the Bialowieza forest. The carving on the trunk was said to be a pagan tradition to honor the agricultural season. It is protected by the Zanavian government in 1991 after establishing their independence. The tree is the primary host for the fungus symbiotic ergot, planted by the Zanavian government in 1991. So the government specifically cares about this tree. Why does the local government care about the tree? But is it the local government? It is, because the government that we know of, Kozlovka, is a small town located within Zarnava, which is located next to this forest, which has this tree, this tree, which is protected by the government as a whole. Why? A little spooky. This also looks like a face. I don't know how to explain this to you, but do you see what I see? It's like a lion head, and then it has titties. You know what I mean? Like this is like the lion's head, and its hair is flowing backwards, so the lion's looking down at this side. The hair is backwards, and then this is like cleavage. This is cleavage, and they're wearing like a low-cut top. You see a demon? Okay, well, I see titties. Pareidolia, but for titties. What is pareidolia, but for titties? What is that called? Goonerism. That's a different symbol. So there's this symbol over here. It's a cardinal direction thing. There's also like a loop over here. You also have these weird... These are the planets. Are those not the planets of the solar system? I feel like I feel like those are the planets of the solar system. It looks like it, at least. I wonder how this feels like. Or like how it's supposed to look like in real life. Death Star. This is not a Star Wars game! You think you're so funny. You're so busy sending out all of these quips. But have you ever had a real conversation? No. You're too busy trying to be the funny man. But everybody is trying to running man from you, you know? Tennis balls. All of you have a problem. Okay, next thing we know about is a symbiotic ergot. There's actually a lot of links that we could go to. Like timeline, time period, as well as the German occupation during World War II. If you didn't have your funnies, you would have nothing. But only from nothing can you be something, right? What is the government of this place? Why do they care about this? Or let's learn about the fungus first. It's the primary host for the symbiotic ergot. Claviceps. What? Isn't that the look maxing guy? Isn't Claviceps that like look maxing guy who's... And he's like a fucking loser? Claviceps symbiotica, symbiotic ergot, is a unique fungus in the Bialowieza forest that relies on the symbiotic relationship with their plant host, the Draken Oak. The fungus known to cause extraordinary fertility of the surrounding land. So, not the people, but the land itself, it's keeping it fertile, I'm assuming for agriculture and stuff is what it means. And just life in general. Because from agriculture and from like trees and stuff, you have life as a whole. Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky was a leading expert in the symbiotic ergot. Though uncommon, it can also be used as a medicinal herb. Interesting. Why would you want to use it as a medicinal herb? Let's see. That's actually... It's weird that you can zoom in so closely. But yeah, it's just a mushroom. You can use this as a medicinal herb. It makes the land fertile, but what does that mean? Is it magic? Is it some other thing? Or is it just by like the natural processes within the soil? What does it all mean? Isn't he funded by... Can you please keep your conspiracy theories to a minimum? You're on thin ice, buddy. Zarnavian government. Access restricted. Zarnavian Cultural Preservation Initiative. So I can't open the database. I can't view the database entry on the government because I need the passcode. And the passcode hints is the year of the Zarnava independence. Okay, which we can learn about from going by the war. Okay, well that's interesting. I want to know more about the doctor then. So let's go to the doctor. Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky. Can I learn about him? I can. This article has been modified from an earlier entry. That's interesting. Must be... It's modified from an earlier entry. I wonder if we can find those older entries somewhere. Dr. Kasimir Ostrovsky is a Russian mycologist who specializes in the study of rare fungi. He moved to Zarnava and dedicated most of his 30-year career studying the symbiotic ergot. This guy looks kind of like Gaben from Valve, who was invited to Kozlovka as part of the modern farming initiative, primarily researching the ecosystem in the Bialowieza forest. I need to get some answers too, actually. I do need these answers too. So I know some answers. For instance, Kozlovka is a quiet town in Zarnava, is beside the Bialowieza forest, a vibrant woodland, and the tall tree stands proud, and that tall tree is the Draken Oak. Also, was this always highlighted? I don't think so. I don't think that was highlighted before, and maybe it was highlighted because we know about the mushroom now. The town itself has a thriving something business, maybe an agricultural business, but let's see. Let's go see Gaben first. Dr. Kasimir Ostrovsky. 30 years of his career studying this fungi, and he came as part of a modern farming initiative, primarily researching the ecosystem in the forest, in the Bialowieza forest. He really does look a bit like, yeah, he really does look a bit like Gabe. Like, if you look at like a side-by-side of him and then Gabe Newell, it's nearly the exact same. Like, he has almost like this, and he's even wearing glasses. But the glasses look fake, so I can't really tell. Actually, I guess everybody in this game would have to necessarily look fake. What is the Modern Farming Initiative? The Modern Farming Initiative was proposed by Mayor Jan Dragunov in 1991 to revise Kozlovka's agricultural practices. It was approved by the Zarnavian government after achieving independence in the same year. The proposal involved Dr. Kasimir Ostrovsky, who was hired to come by, right here. He was invited, I guess hired will also be the same thing, but mostly invited. But he's primarily researching the thesis to undergo research, and the proposal was ultimately scrapped in 1992. So this only lasted a single year, and then it died. So he came for this, and then he decided to stay to like smoke mushrooms within the forest. That's very nice. I wish I could read this text, but I'm going to assume that this says the exact same thing of the Modern Farming Initiative from something. No need to read the language, we just need to use contextual clues. Chat, I see like a mushroom on the ceiling. How many of you have like mushrooms growing around you? Sometimes I see a mushroom on a tree and I think to myself, I kind of want to eat it. And then I know that I'm going to like die though. The word starts with H. Oh yeah, it does. Jan Dragunov in 1991, as well as the agriculture practices. So the agricultural practices are over here, but these are achievements versus practices. Before I go learn about Jan, let's hear about the agricultural achievements. Kozlovka is most known for its agricultural achievements. Their yearly yield supplies around 10% of the food in Zarnava. Their medicinal herbs are also known to be overtly potent. Even with their success, there have been pushes to industrialize their practices, most notably the Modern Farming Initiative proposed in the 90s, which only lasted for a year before the proposal was shut down. So this kind of is like a Resident Evil thing, where they have like herbs that are making people stronger. You think the forest name ends on a jeja because the Z in Polish is ZH, like how Resident Zuk Haruspik is Zhuk Haruspik, yeah right. And IE is more like A yay, IE, A yay. Jeja because the Z and is thing. So the forest name is a Białolejka. So it's more of a Białolejka. Białolejka, right? Białolejka? That sounds correct. First, let's see the chart. 10% of the yearly yield in all of Zarnava. That feels like a thriving agricultural business, but I don't know if that's true, because that's just an achievement from 1870 to 1990, right? But this still doesn't really place us in any particular time, because the report is meant to be the current time. Like, what is the current thriving business of this place? Because achievements are interesting in that achievements or things that you have done before at a point in time that were notable, but it may not be the case now. So I wonder if it's changed now. Founded in 1887, and then up until 1992, when the Modern Farming Initiative was proposed in the 90s, And actually, that's the hint. You would only ever say in the 90s if you're beyond the 90s. We say the 90s because we're in the 2000s. We don't say the 90s when we're in the 90s. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Is anyone here old enough to have lived through the 90s and have consciousness? Did you say that you were in the 90s when you were in the 90s? Because I feel like the hint there is that we're currently in the year 2000 something, and that's where we are compared to the actual 90s that we're looking at now. Because this chart could go on further, but also we don't know if it goes down after, right? It seems like it's trending downwards. So it might not be that their agriculture is good. I'll come back to this afterwards. They're medicinal herbs. Ironically, due to Kozlovka's incredibly fertile soil, which is because of the mushroom, but this has hints and tells us about the soil, the medicinal herbs grown in the area are too potent for use and are not approved by the government, so it's too strong. However, some locals vouch for their effectiveness, such as the local pharmacist, Dr. Mstislav Dragunov, and the witch. Sorry? Although she advocates more for its use in ancient pagan rituals. It's actually Białowieża. Białowieża, because L is a W. Oh, but they're crazy for that, so let's not indulge them in their madness. Białowieża. Okay, so it's Białowieża Forest. Białowieża Forest. Białowieża Forest. So they have a witch in this. This is like Diablo 1. You know, the town of Tristram, and you have, you know, Adria or like Agra, a witch, and you just have this like witch that just happens to live in the corner of your home. So these are the herbs that apparently are so potent that people can't use, but the witch says it. And this person has the same last name as the mayor of the town. So before we check out this, let's go check out what the mayor is. So, how do I see my bookmarks? Oh, wait, that's cool. Okay, that's a cool system. There's undiscovered links here, but we can actually see a tree. This is a very nice graph. I've actually been toying around with this graph for code exploring tool, but I digress. So that's locked up. A modern farming initiative. Here we go. Jan Dragunov, same name as the local pharmacist. Article was modified from an earlier entry. That's interesting. Why was it modified? Jan Dragunov is the current mayor of Kozlovka. Kozlovka. I don't know. He came to the mayorship after he superseded his father, Attila Dragunov, in 1992. So it is past 1992. He superseded his father after they passed away in 1992. Or maybe he didn't pass away. I don't know. I'm just assuming that he died. But his father was the mayor, and now he's gone. He was best known for proposing the modern farming initiative, which he invited Dr. Kasimir Ostrovsky to Kozlovka to undergo research, but that failed in 1992. So the proposal was scrapped in 1992 after he became the mayor. Why? That's a bit of a weird timing, right? That he becomes mayor. Because this is the thing. Small town mayors have a lot of power in the way that, like, a small town mayor is probably going to be able to push things that they want through, right? So if you become a mayor and you have an idea for your town that's going to help it get really nice, and it's going to help your town become a lot better, you would think that they would be able to just push through their idea after becoming mayor. But what if they became mayor and they learned something that made them drop their own proposal for some reason, right? Like, it's like the timing is very odd there. You bet the J is probably why. So the J is probably so like Jan Dragunov, Attila Dragunov. Attila Dragunov was also modified, was the mayor of Kozlovka from 1945 to 1992. He was best known for establishing the Kozlovka police force and his affection for bisons. Sorry, it's like the Wikipedia article on Zhang Zongchang that I showed you last time, chat, where like he's like known as like the 72 cannons and like the 3 don't knows, because like no one knows the size of his penis, but like everyone knows that it's huge. It's like what? It's like the same thing. It's like it's such a random fact to know about something. Like who cares? He assumes it. Wait, we care. I bet that's important. Chat, I think he died because look, I can see the blood. The blood is spraying from the back of his head. This is blood, okay? A bison gored him. He loved bison so much that he tried to become one with the bison, but they gored him. They said, What kind of affection? Exactly, what kind of affection? When do you think the first four... When do you think the first four... When do you think the first furry ever appeared? I imagine that it's like a very old thing to have, because even in the medieval times, we were already drawing anthropomorphic animals, right? He was succeeded by his son, Yan Dragonov, when he mysteriously vanished as part of the tragedy commonly known as the 90s disappearance. 90s disappearance? When did Space Jam come out? That's a good question. Because all of this could be taking place during Space Jam. 1996. So, 2 years after he became mayor, 4 years after his son became mayor, 4 years after he disappeared, America released Space Jam. So while they were busy trying to farm, America was already making movies. Yeah, 90s disappearance. What's this? 15 people. Hold up. 50 people vanished from Kozlovka over the course of 2 months in the summer of 1992. Most notably, Attila Dragunov was among the missing, as well as one non-local. Non-local. As well as one non-local. The only non-local that we know so far is the doctor, Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky. And if the proposal was scrapped in 1992, this would imply that Dr. Casimir is now missing, because he would be the non-local who disappeared in the 90s disappearances. The investigation led by Yan Dragunov ran cold after a year, having only found a few items for several victims. This was the most recent tragedy that the town had to endure, so there's multiple tragedies. His glasses, and look at this. Where did they disappear? That image looks very familiar, does it not? The image is exactly the image of... is there a way to add notes? I guess I can't. This is an old PC. It's not the tree. It's the grave. Where is it? It's in the forest. So they disappeared by the forest. Sorry, I really should have kept like one open versus the other, and I messed up. Open this one. See that? They disappeared right in front of this grave, this tombstone almost. Or maybe it's like a waystone. It probably is a waystone where it's like, okay, where did somebody go? That's an interesting place to end up. So what... But is it? Because it seems like... I mean, it probably has to be, because it's like much lower. Is it hands? Those hands? So these are the glasses. But these glasses are very distinctive. If we look at the glasses that are there, he doesn't have glasses, right? But who does have glasses? Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky. Same nose bridge rim too. He was the non-local who disappeared. So the proposal died because he disappeared in 1992 as part of the tragedy that was the 90s disappearances. But there were more than one disappearance. No, you just meant that Lola Bunny was like the first furry, right? Sure. No, there was that Rescue Rangers character. Sure. The Empire was here. Sure. Let's see. Agricultural practices. Yan Dragunov. Attila Dragunov. Disappearances. We need to figure out what other tragedies have befallen this place. Because this will place us on the timeline of where we're going, right? Kozlovka tragedies, passcode required. No hint available. Can't watch that. We can't view that. His father came in, farming initiative was there. We saw the doctor. We know about... But we can't see the government. Agricultural practices, they do a lot of farming. We know about their herbs. Agricultural achievements. Let's learn about the witch. So, first off, I'm going to assume that Mstislav Dragunov is related to the Mayer family. And so he's the pharmacist. It's a bit of a weird, interesting connection that, like, somebody from the family would be both the mayor and the local pharmacist. Mstislav Dragunov. And so it has been modified from early ages. So everything's been modified for the entire family, and we don't know why. Dr. Mstislav Dragunov is the accomplished medical doctor and the local pharmacist of Kozlovka. He was the first to formulate a medicine using the local colony of symbiotic ergot. Symbiotic ergot. So they have medication now, based off of the mushroom, which makes the land fertile, right? So we know about the mushroom. It has a relationship with the plant host, the tree, the drake and oak, and it is a medicinal herb. And it causes extraordinary fertility, aka really good yield on their crops, on their agriculture. But he is the first one to make a medicine using a local colony of it. Nobody else has been able to replicate his success. He's so sad. Cat, his grandfather, or his father, if he's the brother of the mayor, is dead. They disappeared. Of course he's sad. I've made this medicine that can bring someone back to life, but my father, he's already gone. The stethoscope is probably very important. Remember when I showed you the skin there's like CSGO skinned stethoscopes? He just has like a basic skin. He's a vocal advocate of using Kozlovka's medicinal herbs nationwide. I'm not gonna use. Why nationwide? Why does he want people to use it? Is it out of goodwill, or is there something more, right? Who is the witch? What the fuck? The witch is a local shaman who owns a small shop on Kozlovka's High Street. She is most known for her appearance, with her iconic one bloodshot eye. Local shaman. Even as a pillar of Kozlovka's culture, there's a decline in interest for ancient pagan rituals. As a tourist, you can get his signature spiritual chalk. You can buy her branded spiritual chalk. I don't like the way it's looking at me, chat. Her one distinctive bloodshot eye. So she has one missing eye, one bloodshot eye. And the eye, it's very distinctive. I like how they use splashes of color where they have to make it work. What's your chalk? Oh my god. It's just pixels. It can't hurt me. Again, I am a screamer, so just in case if you don't know, I will scream. Spiritual chalk is the flagship product of the Witch, a local shaman on Kozlovka's High Street. It is advertised to be able to commune with the surrounding nature and the souls of those who perished with rune symbols. Traditionally, it is a woman's job to mark sites with rune symbols, as many did in the past. To be able to commune with the surrounding nature and the souls of those who perish with the symbols. That explains why it's on the tombstone then. I'm going to assume that the picture of the tombstone, so the multiple pictures of the tombstone, so the fact that the picture here in the forest, this picture here, this was taken after the tragedy. And the tragedy, when it happened, presumably she was called over to draw that mark so that they could try to communicate with their dead father. Where are they? Where's the thing again? What's the link again? Okay, maybe the graph. I mean, the graph is really good. I'm just not good at going through the graph. This one. This must have been drawn by the witch using the chalk to try to commune with them to see where they had gone. They were trying to find answers as to what happened. That's my theory. Do I think that's what's on the forest thing? Yeah, 100%. Though the mark is slightly different in that the mark is more of a circle than it is like a hexagon. But it has the same number of segments, does it not? Or maybe it doesn't. Nobody can draw a circle that good freehand. Well, you've never seen math teachers. Can we eat the chalk? You could, it might curse you. How many segments? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 segments. I really should just stay on the page and go 1, 2, 3. No, yeah. That's it. 4, 5, 6. But why then is the mark different? What is this symbol? What is the meaning of this symbol compared to this? Because the one that we see on the tombstone has sharp lines, sharp angles going from each point on the wheel, right? Each point on the wheel. But this one has rounder angles. It's like a circular shape. Does it change the meaning of like what the symbol would do? The witch loves Trivial Pursuit. I don't know what it is. Looks like pizza. It does look like pizza. Yeah, none of these things are helping us. What does it mean that he loves pizza? What is Trivial Pursuit? And whose hand is this? Can I get the circle? Can I get this too? Isn't that just a symbol for the sun? Is it? I didn't know that. Maybe I've seen it before, but I guess so. I'm not going to Google it. I was thinking about maybe I should, but I think we leave it like that. If it is the symbol for the sun, that's an interesting correlation then. Because it's like, is it using real life symbols to try to like draw a story here? Or is it making different meanings for these symbols in relation to the local sort of like beliefs and the practices, right? Because we don't know what they, because we don't know what they practice. Sun wheel, but maybe it has too many lines. Maybe it's related, similar to the idea of like a sun wheel, but maybe it's not. Because again, we don't really know like how much of this. Because these are local symbols, right? We don't know what exactly is the practice here that they're doing. We don't know what they practice. Kozlovka. So now we need to figure out one more thing. Okay, so we have some hints about other things that is not a part of our report, but we know a lot about what's going on here in terms of like what happened, the tragedy, and sort of why things went down the way that they did, and why some things stopped prematurely before being able to be realized, like the modern like agricultural thing, or the Wheel of Life. I've never seen the Wheel of Life either. What is Trivial Pursuit? So founded in 1887. Dragunov family passcode required. What? So the family, that's interesting. Date of Winter Festival. The family, that is the Dragunov family, that is both the mayor as well as the pharmacist who was able to formulate a concoction, a medicine from the mushrooms, has locked down the story of the founding of this town. That's weird. Why would they do that? And why do we need to even know that? There was something else that we needed to know it for. It's because we needed to know it for the password for this. We needed to know the year of Zarnava independence. Right. So instead, let's go to the German occupation. And this was also edited. Battle of the Forest. From 1941 to 1944, Kozlovka was occupied by the Germans and was a main source of food supply for the battalions occupying that region. In June 1944, a huge offensive was launched, cornering the Nazis in Białowieża Forest. Okay. Dozens of lives were lost in the forest, which ended in a Soviet victory. Afterwards, Zarnava declared independence in 1991. So independence in 1991... that's the year that we have for this. So we don't even need to know about the founding. But then why is the founding such an important thing that they had to lock it down? What happened on the founding of this village, right? This is the war. This is World War II, right? Yeah, it's just World War II. Nothing particularly interesting about the image. But they did get cornered in the forest. Dozens of them. So the forest has a relation to them. That's weird. One. This is the worst input system. Like, if you told me that this is like a UX designed to make your life a living hell. Was it 1991? Yeah, it is. There you go. No image available. Zarnavian Cultural Preservation Initiative. The initiative started in 1991, when Zarnava gained its independence. Its purpose was to preserve sites and documents of cultural significance. See below the list of topics related to the ZCPI. Wait, the Zarnavian cultural thing. Its purpose so there's modern farming, Slavic rune symbols, and a town ledger. Is it solving some puzzle? Yes, this. So I have a report here that I have to fill out. And I need to fill it out with the correct information to send over to submit to someone. But I'm still not sure if agriculture is their business still within this day and age, because I don't know exactly the timeline of where I am. So I'm still waiting to confirm this. But we've seen this and this. There's no image available for this thing. We can see the Slavic rune symbols now. Zarnavians have an Eastern Slavic ancestry and formed pagan beliefs, some of which come in the form of runes. Few locals, like the witch, still believe they hold power. See below the list of common Slavic symbols like Peruna's mark, Izvini, Zamina's cross, and twin glyph. Zavloga town ledger. Okay, this is also locked. No hint available. Let's see which mark is which. So there was the mark that we saw on the chalk, which is distinct from the mark that's on the grave. The mark on the grave is different from the one on the chalk itself. What is this? Peruna's mark. So the one on the tombstone is Peruna's mark. Associated with the god of thunder, the Slavic rune was believed to offer protection against misfortune and ill omens. So this is the one that's on that tombstone grave thing that's in the forest where the people disappeared. This is specifically that one. So what's the circle one then? What's like the circle image? Rodovik. This is the one. Slavic rune linked to family lineage and ancestral blessings, frequently found on household objects, as if to say this is ours. So it's just a carry on, like, oh, like this is our thing and this has been in our family for years. Okay. Izvini. This Slavic rune is a symbol of forgiveness and peace. It is often used in pagan rituals associated with restless spirits. What's that from? Pagan rituals with restless spirits. This looks almost like a tennis ball. Oh, okay, I'll remember that by the tennis ball. So, pagan rituals associated. This reminds you of Microfish for some reason. That's the other game. Wait, no. Is that a game? I think there was a game based on that technology. Yeah, sorry. It was a game based on that technology that I need to find the name of, but there was a game based on the idea of like going through old like microfishes and like microfilm things to like figure out things. I need to figure out what the game was it called though. Thank you. Zamina's cross. This was on the tree. This Slavic rune is tied and this was on top. There was two symbols. This was on top of the tree, and then it was on the bottom was the thing. And actually, even these planets down here, those are actually the same symbol as... So these symbols on the tree down here are the Izvini, for forgiveness and peace with restless spirits. So the Zamina's cross is a symbol of fertility tied to bountiful harvests. It is often carved onto tools or boundary stones. If the mushroom uses the tree as a host, then that would imply that the tree is giving the mushrooms the power to like grant fertile, bountiful harvest throughout the world, throughout this town. Twin glyph, this is the one. The two interwoven lines represent duality, growth and decay, renewal and remembrance. Some rural communities believe that the Slavic rune was a symbol of transition rather than an end. Growth and decay, renewal and remembrance. I have a theory. I think I already know kind of what's going on here. I had to drink some coffee so I could give you this theory straight, okay? Duality. Growth and decay, renewal and remembrance. Fertility. The symbol for fertility above it is Zamina's cross, tied to bountiful harvest. Things must die for things to grow. It's a transition from one state to another, like life and death. Life and death are intertwined. From death can come life, and from life can come death. I think because of the disappearance of the people near that tombstone, which had Peruna's mark, that it wasn't misfortune or an ill omen. I don't think it was a misfortunate thing. I don't think it was an accident or something bad happening. I think instead that the people who went there discovered the meaning of this transition and like what it meant to go between these different states. I think that they sacrificed themselves in order to achieve something else, to grow, to become one. Because it's a transition between states. That's what I think happened with the 90s dismiss. Also, this was modified from an earlier entry, so we do need to save this. Sorry. I think that's it. We have nothing else to really go on. All we really know about now is that this town has good agriculture, and that's it. Because this is locked up. This is now open, but that only told us a little bit about that. The town ledger is locked up. This is locked up in the tragedies over here. We don't really have any other information. So we can at least finish our report and see what happens from here. At least we know it's about agriculture. The yearly yield supplies around 10% of food in Zarnava. The medicinal herbs are also known to be overtly potent. So, overtly potent. And we know that this is their current thing. Presumably this is still their current thing because it seems like the tree is still there. Why did I need to know the year of something besides the independence? Kozlovka tragedies. What was the hint for this one? No hint. Dragunov family. What was the hint for this one? Date of the winter festival. Okay. We'll stick with agriculture being the thing that this town is known for. Okay? The town itself has a thriving agriculture business, one which boasts bountiful harvests and provides food sustainability. Submit findings. Kozlovka is a quiet town. Okay, this is my report being sent over. Heart of forest, a tall tree stands proud. Okay, it's getting kind of scary, chat. My lights are off. I'm gonna scream. Okay. Ah. Need more than this. You found something, but not enough. If you want to keep going, you need to look. You need to understand where this place began. Look for patterns and connections. The flowchart is a tool, not a solution. Follow the threads, not the labels. Tasked. This flowchart is a tool, not a solution. Follow the threads, not the labels. You want to keep going, you need to understand where this place began. Look for patterns and connections. You found something, but if you want to keep going, you need to understand where this place began. The flowchart is a tool, not a solution. Look for patterns, not connections. Not for labels. Oh my god. I see it. Do you see it? I think I get what they were saying. The flowchart is a tool, but it's a tool for what? And what are flowcharts really? They describe transitions. They describe the flow from one state to another. Such as the twin glyph. It's a tool. Hee hee. Look, hee this. Samina's glyph. Something that marks transition between states, growth and decay. Look at this. Attila Dragunov, the first mayor, the father of Jan Dragunov. Jan being the one who proposed the modern farming initiative to Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky. Okay? Starting from the right side. Boom, boom. So you go boom, boom, boom. Okay? Boom, boom, boom. That's that side done. It's actually like it's almost pointing you in the same way that the shapes are with the runes, what you need to be thinking about. But now we need to figure out which side is which. Is it decay? Because this symbol means two things. That the symbol can mean either growth and decay and renewal and remembrance. It's duality of all kinds. So like, what is the duality at play here, right? Is it specifically growth and decay and renewal and remembrance? Is there something going on with the people here and like what happens with the people and how they end up? Or is it specifically about something else? What is the duality that we need to check? And also this too, right? I need to be looking at these shapes. In fact, I want you to look at these shapes for just a moment. I need to go turn on the heat. It's cold. I'll be right back. It's either I'm cold or I'm being haunted. I don't really know. I turned on all of my lights. I opened all the windows. I like opened all of. I like closed my door and I like built like a barricade too. So like, if anything tries to break in, I'll like hear it too. It's okay. It's behind me. Please don't say that. I will move my entire desk against the wall. I will move my entire setup to behind the wall. I am gonna move the stream to my bed. Okay? I'm gonna hide. I'm actually terrified. I was also thinking of this too. I want to propose a theory to you all. Good. You weren't the only one that heard it. Heard what? Look at this. This initiative, the Zarnavian Cultural Preservation Initiative, started in 1991. Do I feel a sudden cold wind? Stop! I'm cold! I'm actually freezing. It wasn't cold before during the accountability circle, but now it's cold and I'm scared. That's what the humming was. Please, oh God, please. It was me. Or my knees cold. My body, everything is cold. I'm freezing. I'm freezing. I don't know what it is, but I swear it's coming for me. It's gonna eat me. Look at this. I was thinking of this too, okay? Based on the timeline. Initiative started in 1991, okay? Then, 1991, what it was the proposal that was started. The Modern Farming Initiative was started by Jan Dragunov in 1991. Scrapped in 1992 after inviting Dr. Casimir because Attila Dragunov disappeared in 1992. 1945 was the mayor of Kozlovka from 1945 to 1992. What happened in 1945? The war, World War II. Way back in World War II, Battle of the Forest, in June 1944, a huge offensive was launched. The Nazis were cornered in the forest and died. Thank God. All Nazis should die. But it happened in 1944. The Nazis died in 1944. It should have happened sooner. However, 1944 is 1 year before Attila became mayor of this town. So that was when they regained their independence. So technically, they regained their independence in 1945, sort of like autonomously, in the way that like they're able to live their life autonomously. But officially, in sort of like, I guess like the court of the world, the court of their nation, they didn't gain true independence until 1991, which was when he disappeared. A year after was when he disappeared. That's an interesting connection there. Just probably some bad circulation. The other stuff is probably someone in my room. Stop! Chat, you understand? I like every single light is on. It is so blindingly bright. My eyes are hurting. Like my eyes are watering. It's usually I had to boost the brightness on my monitor to counteract how bright it is now, because it's usually dark in here. I got the vapors. The vapors. I'm gonna piss my pants. Okay, so there's a transition here, okay? So if we take this to mean transition, so if we take sort of the shape of this in the same way that we take the rune of the twin glyph to mean a duality of things, right? Then there is a duality in the existence of this place and the way that it came from, as well as this family. I think is sort of what it's going for. But now look at this. I didn't think about this, but now that I see it, there's even a duality in this. Because Dr. Casimir is actually tied to the forest itself. As if there's like a line going across, as if to say, this is another thing that's here too. Basically, there's something going on with this family that's important for this entire storyline and the town's sort of like existence, as well as the existence of whatever this tree is and sort of whatever is going on here, right? Like this family is incredibly important to the story because they were there from the very beginning. That's why their document is locked up. And that's why one of them was probably tied to the tragedy along with Dr. Casimir. What's interesting though is that so the 90s disappearance, 15 people vanished. 15 people over the course of 2 months. It was the mayor and one non-local, okay? We don't know about any of the other 15. But we do know about the one non-local as well as the mayor, okay? I guess they're both 1 to 15, but like we don't know about the other. You know what I mean, okay? We know that he's the mayor. We see the connection here, but this person had a connection to the forest itself. Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky was researching the ecosystem in the forest. The ecosystem in the forest between the symbiotic ergot as well as the drake and oak. The symbiotic ergot that was somehow formulated into a medicine by somebody from the Dragunov family, Dr. Mstislav Dragunov. When, we don't know. This forest that also has a connection to the witch, who sells chalk in order to create the symbols that we find within the forest and on the tree itself, though the tree one seems to have been carved into the tree versus drawn with chalk. Chalk. You have Pika. Stop eating the rocks. If you ate like a cursed rock, okay, that's staying with you for the rest of your life. Engraved on the tree, there are 2 runes. The top one being, so let's go back to the picture of the tree, just so I have it. The top one is this. It's Zamina's cross. Top one is Zamina's cross. Engraved on the tree, there are 2 runes. The top one being Zamina's cross, and the bottom one being the twin glyph. The twin glyph representing duality. No, wouldn't it be pooped out? Not a cursed rock. A cursed rock would stay within you. The cursed rock would blossom into a full-on curse. You would never eat a cursed rock. Only high-quality artisanal rocks. Would you eat a rock that like a rock person gives you? Like, you ever see that meme of like, I slept with this person and now they're giving me a rock, what does it mean? Like, would you eat those rocks? Or would you find yourself afraid of what the rock could carry with you? Because that's a high quality artisanal rock, but those rocks are typically cursed in some way and or blessed, right? I think I would. I think a blessed rock would feel really nice going through my intestine, you know? It would probably at least push everything down. You're a crystal girly, you eat rocks. Holy shit, that's a good horror word. That's a really good horror segment. A crystal girly. It's also, Nagi, you didn't tell me, what is that thing? What is Trivial Pursuit? Imagine horror game where you're dating a crystal girly, and then you find them eating rocks, and then they see you as a rock. Like let's say the more that you run and you sweat, the more the sweat crystallizes on your skin, so the more rock-like that you become, right? You'd probably only lick it. That's why you never get a callback, right? See that? The crystal girlies are watching you. They're examining your every move. They're waiting for you to like eat the rock whole. Not even to like chew it, to swallow it whole. The locals clearly hold spiritual beliefs tied to the forest and maybe even the rocks. You do? You do, says one chatter to the other. These beliefs are not unfounded, for there are colonies of fungus around the tree, which we know about and is likely the cause of the families of the town's agricultural success. Symbiotic ergot. You're fine with not getting a call back from the Crystal Vixens. Okay, but Crystal Vixens does sound like a sick name though. How come? Okay, don't call yourself a Crystal Girly, call yourself a Crystal Vixen, right? That's a sick name. Crystal Vixen is a great name. Trivial Pursuit is a game where you answer questions based on different categories. You answer a question each to fill in your circle. Wait, isn't that just Jeopardy? That sounds like Jeopardy too. That's interesting. So, how do you like my findings? They're real brief. Thank you. Apologies for being cautious. I needed to know you were the right person for the job. I haven't been fully honest with you. This isn't just research. Someone I cared about disappeared in the early 90s. Official records are incomplete and inconsistent. Most people stopped asking. I didn't. Most people stopped asking. I didn't. In each category. Oh, you have to answer every single one in each category. And there's 6 pieces in the circle, thus the connection between Peruna's rune and the Trivial Pursuit circle. AKA, Italian pizza is the key to unlocking the secrets of the world, but not a large, not a medium, a small pizza that you cut into 6 slices. I'm on to you! It's the point is that you have to get the full circle and broad knowledge to win. I would fail. I know that I would fail, and there's no hope for me. By the way, who is this person? One, good choice by the developer to use Kozlovka.local, because local is guaranteed to be a local resolution. Like, it will never try to like resolve local as a real website, because local is reserved for local host use only. 2, they're coming from Kozlovka, aka they're in the town. They're somebody from the town. They live there now. And we know that they lost someone in the disappearance of the early 90s. Lishenko.v says nothing about their last name. So what is their last name? Who are they? Lishenko.v. Someone they cared about disappeared. Who was this? I will try to help you find them. But who are you? Official records are incomplete and inconsistent. Most people stopped asking, but I didn't. Who is that? Database instructions. So that document's the same. Who is the V? We haven't met anybody with a last name V, right? Dragonov is here, but they end in a V. Ostrovsky starts with an O. Maybe the witch ends with a V. But nothing else that could lead to who they were. In 1990s, there were a string of disappearances, most notably the 90s disappearances. Sorry. In the 1990s, there was a string of disappearances, most notably the 90s disappearances. That sounds stupid. V is VOB, VOOB. There was a Trivial Pursuit game for the Commodore 64, but since it had no way of parsing a typed answer, and they didn't want to make it multiple choice, it just showed you the answer and asked if you got it right or not. Wait, that's actually 5 head. Honestly, if I was tasked to make like a programming game, but I didn't want to have to make like an entire input parsing system, I would do the exact same thing too. That's actually kind of five-head, and I know it sounds bad, but honestly, it's like because like imagine, because like this is the thing, okay? If you don't play the game correctly and you lie to yourself and you just make it so that like you just end up finding the answer, then it's like, oh, then you fail yourself. It literally plays on a person's morals and guilt. Exactly. If you cheat, you're only cheating yourself. It's actually the best game I've ever heard of. Because, really, oh my god, think about this. The Trivial Pursuit game for the Commodore 64 was not asking you for the answers to the question. The questions were just a backdrop for the real question that it was asking you. Are you an honest person? That's the question that it asked you throughout the entire game. And it asked you that every single moment because it wanted to see if you would hold to your answer of yes or no the entire time. Or maybe if you would change. It is a game about self-discovery. Fuck, that's a good concept. Fuck, that's a really good concept for a game. That's a really good concept for a game. Game like the Trivial Pursuit game for the Commodore 64 for the Commodore 64, where the game uses the mechanics of the game as a proxy to ask you, the player, the real questions. For instance, because the game just showed you the answer to the trivia questions afterwards, it was on you to hold yourself accountable. Chat, we have a game for the accountability accountants. Holy shit, we have a game for the accountability circle. It was on you to hold yourself accountable and be honest with the game. In effect, the game was really asking, in effect, what the game really was a game asking you, the player, if you were an honest person, and if you weren't, if you had the capacity to change to become one. For the circumsigmo, for the circumsigmo 64. Okay, it's good. It's really good. That's a good game concept. That's actually like a really interesting game concept. Or like a really interesting way to tell a story. But it's like, maybe it's like, I'm not a good enough writer to pull it off, so it's like you have to like convince the person who made the Stanley Parable to do it, and I don't think he wants to talk. I don't think he would want to talk to me. In the 1990s, there was a string of disappearances, most notably the 90s disappearances. Is that stupid? Most notably, the 90s disappearances was also a victim of the disappearance. So Dr. Casimir, string of disappearances, most notably, as in like who disappeared. Attila Dragunov, he was the one who disappeared. He was also caught up, and because of this, yeah, I was correct. The Modern Farming Initiative was scrapped the year later. Wow, the 90s disappearance were in the 1990s, imagine. Yeah, because like, the more that I read it, I was like, this sounds stupid. But I was like, what if they're... Because like, I wasn't sure whether they were asking for like the event's name or who was lost, right? I should have just read the rest of... Like, the rest of the sentences reveals that it's asking for who was specifically lost. But at first, I was like, maybe they want the name of the event as it's known in popular culture. But then it sounds stupid, because like in 1990s, there was a string of disappearances, most notably the 90s disappearances. Like, it sounds dumb. You're here. The victim's belongings were found in the forest. In the forest, when we know that it was found within the forest, because we see the image. Within the Białowieża forest, were found in the forest, which is where they were presumed to have met their ends, right? Because I think the forest had the same symbol, which is not the Perunus symbol, but actually the Rodovik. Sorry. It's not the Rodovik. It's Perun symbol. Yeah, okay. There were a string of disappearances, most notably Attila Dragunov. Dr. Gaspar Ostrovsky was also victim of the disappearance. I wonder if you can get this wrong. And what happens if you get it wrong? Does the game close or something? Or what? Seems kind of hard to get wrong. At least for now. Do you like that? Dig deeper. I can't believe I was so close to the town. This changes things. This changes a lot of things. I need you to investigate further. By now, you must have tried to access our tragedy page. We normally don't show this to the public, but I'll make an exception. Attachment. Access request approved. So, this is somebody who has access to the internal systems that are locked off. Again, if you go to the tragedy page, right? There's a passcode required, but there's no hint. You must be given the passcode by somebody who has access to the system, and this makes sense because initially they gave us access to the database, granted us limited access. This is somebody who is a part of, and who I think this person is. I think they're a part of the Zarnavian Cultural Preservation Initiative. I think they're part of this, which would explain why they give us access or are able to give us access to this. Volha Lishenko, Town Hall, 7 Mirror Street. Wasn't there something that needed some address? Like where I live or something? Wasn't that like an important thing for something? Redacted bypass. Enter your system code followed by the local area code. Local area code. Local area code. Dear Vola, thank you for contacting the town hall. To continue a close relationship with the governing bodies, your request to access the article Kozlovka Tragedies has been approved. Below is a one-time code to access the page. 7328 regards town hall management. That's interesting. Town hall management. I have my system code here. 342. What is the local area code though? Because there's 2 different area codes here. Well, like there's a 45123 Lesnaya Street. Town Hall is on Mirror Street. They're both within Kozlovka, Zarnava, 451 SW2, 451 NW6. Let's try this. Save just in case. I feel like I'm gonna like find like a zombie or something. Because look, why is the text like this? A redacted bypass. 3, 4, 2. Oh wait. So let's do, is there a way to get to SW2? You can't. 451! That's the area code, 451. Because it's the same code in both cases. Ah! Welcome to the Redacted Bypass. With this program, you can access data from articles that have previously been modified by local authorities. Here we go. Okay, so Dragony Valtex. So these are the articles that are marked, which have information that was changed from an earlier point in time. So they were modified at some point. Not this one. I'm gonna start removing some bookmarks here. See, that's modified. That's modified. That's not modified. 4596, 4569. Wait, is it 4569 or 4596? That's modified. See, Battle of the Forest. That's modified. That's weird. Kozlovka, Bielowesia Forest, Drake and Oak. That's not modified. Wait, that's not modified. It's not modified. Agriculture is not modified. Symbiotic Ergot. Why do I always get it wrong? I don't know why, but it is the numbers blend. I don't have dyslexia, I don't think. But numbers are hard for me, even though I'm a programmer. I'm not that good at math. Do I do this on purpose? No. I'm just awful at like math. I actually it actually is hard for me to keep. It's really hard for me to remember some numbers. Is this the joke? I swear to God. Chat. I need to remind you all. I put on the air of intelligence, but I'm actually just an idiot. I'm base. I'm primal. I'm instinctive. I get angry over stupid things. I feel petty over stupid things. I feel happy and joy over the dumbest things. I'm an idiot. I just make myself look cool because I'm afraid to admit the truth. Anyways, Attila Dragunov, what's your story? Ooh, shiny. Are you ready? I don't know. It's kind of scary. Attempting data retrieval. As the town was relatively small, there was no sheriff, and so the mayor was responsible for leading investigations. Upon appointing himself sheriff, he stated, "As long as I draw breath, I shall keep this town thriving. Know that I will do what's best for Kozlovka." There was no sheriff, so the mayor was responsible for leading investigations. Upon appointing himself sheriff, he stated, "As long as I draw breath, I shall keep this town thriving. And they will do what's best for Kozlovka." And they disappeared in 1992. That's interesting. They disappeared in 1992, but they had this sort of like mindset. However, this is from their words, right? They appointed themselves as, the sheriff, as the local police force, because it was a small town. It was a small town in those early days when the war ended and when he became the first mayor 1 year after the war ended, when the Nazis were driven and like killed out of town. So we don't really know if he's saying the truth, right? We don't really know if he's actually saying the truth, that he cares about it, or if he's just saying this to rally the people to support him. He will do what's best. But this in relation to him disappearing is interesting, because now it offers two possibilities. One, he was lying and he was implicated in some very shady stuff, which ultimately led to his death. Or two, he had to do something that involved his disappearance along with somebody else's in order to stop the problem. But how could this be? It would have to mean that he would be the last person to disappear. And how could he make himself disappear? It doesn't make any sense. Would he clean up himself? I don't really know. Is he truly that virtuous? I think it's mostly the former. That he must have been implicated in something awful, that he's saying this because he gives himself the power to lead investigations, right? He can investigate himself and find no wrongdoing, and he must have been implicated in something very, very dreadful to have led to him being targeted by whatever it is that's made him disappear. We don't know if it's supernatural, nor do we know if it's made by people. We don't really know if these runes hold any power. The belief in this world is that there is power. So far it's just very coincidental, but coincidences, with enough of them, can probably form a truth of some kind, right? I don't quite know what to think about this yet. Okay, well, that's interesting. So that's his personality. I'll keep a bookmark just so I remember to go back there, okay? Jan Dragunov, why are you here? What is your redacted thing? Again, redacted bypass. Jan was infamous for being vocal about his disapproval of the use of the symbiotic ergot. After the plague, he launched the modern farming initiative with the primary goal of phasing out the fungi from use. There was a plague, which we'll probably learn about when we go read more about tragedies, because the tragedies must list more about this plague. He was vocal about his disapproval of the use of the fungus that's growing on the tree within the forest. That has led to the local agricultural industry being such a booming business, because they have such high yield due to the mushrooms giving the land such a level of fertility. But what other uses are there? Are you using the mushroom? What is the use of the mushroom that he disapproved of? Because presumably the person in his family, right? Mstislav created a medicine from the mushroom and argued that the people should use it. So what's this? Is it the use of the mushroom for farming, for the food that's there, and thus would that have resulted in the plague? Or is it because of this medicine? Because of the effects that it can have on a person when ingested like a medicine? He announced a more potent version of his medicine in 1989, but failed safety tests in the subsequent year and was not approved by the government. In 1989, it wasn't when he first made the formulation, but when he made it stronger, and he failed a safety test. And the tragedy that befell this town was a plague. I wonder if he was responsible for the plague, and perhaps was that the reason why people started to disappear? Because a cover-up had happened. A cover-up to hide the fact that Mstislav was the reason why people had died from a plague. It depends on when this plague took place, but 1989 is the year to look out for. But what about Dr. Casimir? Why was he modified as well? And it's also the question of like who, too. Who is modifying these to hide this information, and for what purpose? The Dragunov family has reason to do so in order to try and hide potentially their involvement in these terrible things happening, right? And I can see sort of, perhaps people would want to do that, to hide that. But then, who is it then? It's clearly not Yan, because he disapproved of using the mushroom. He wanted to get away from it. So clearly that person didn't really want to do this, if we can trust them on their word. The talented mycologist went missing during his time in Kozlovka. When the mycology community asked for his research in the forest, the local government refused to release it due to sensitive information. So something about the mushrooms that he figured out was just too difficult for them to share with the rest of the world, with the Mycology Foundation, or whatever the fuck it's called. They couldn't share that. Last one. Why is the Battle of the Forest redacted? They died within the forest, the Nazis, but what was removed from this historical article? German documents showed that the occupation was not a simple invasion, but also to investigate an event that happened in the late 1800s. These documents were given to the local police force. The bodies of the mushrooms? I think so. And the timeline of the late 1800s, right? There's actually a thing over here that is kind of related to that. Look at this. See this? This chart tells us a lot. Up until the late 1800s, in this chart, a chart about the yearly yield of food from this town, the food yield was very low. Very low. Yet in the late 1800s, it skyrocketed. And it's attributed to the use of the mushrooms. It's attributed to the use of the mushrooms. Starting in the late 1800s, the Nazis were there because they wanted to investigate whatever this event was. And this event tied to the existence of the mushrooms, which is tied to the agricultural yields in this place, tied to the agriculture of this town. That's when it started. That's interesting. Maybe there is a bit of an occult leaning towards this. But we'll only know for sure based on the year of the plague, based on if we can see the timeline of, say, the creation of this mushroom and like the potency of it in 1989. Did it take place at the same time as these other tragedies? Did they sacrifice people to have a bountiful harvest? Possibly. Right? Because that's the theory of like they must have sacrificed people for some reason. I thought maybe it was for protection because of the runes, but really it's probably because of the mushrooms, like they're using them to like make the town better, which would then imply that Attila was doing things for the people. But again, these documents were given, so the documents that were obtained from the Nazis were given to the local police force. And who was on the local police force? Okay, think about this. Who was on the local police force? And I want you to think about this because it relates to even the timelines here. So when they were tossed out and the documents were retrieved, my mom +2, that was good. Sorry. See, a good your mom always hits. After the invasion, and after they were repelled in 1944, the first mayor of the town was Attila Dragunov in 1945 to 1992. 1945 to 1992. Look at the chart. It stagnated. From the late 1800s, it bounced up, and yet every single time it'll stagnate and go back to where it seemed to be. Between 1930 and 1960 is 1945. That's exactly almost the midline of where it is, okay? We can assume that this is 1944. And when did he become mayor? Attila Dragunov? 1945. And that's when, all of a sudden, the agriculture business started booming again. That's also when the 90s disappearances were happening. Over the course of 2 months... Wait, no, it's not. The 90s disappearances were over the course of 2 months in the summer of 1992. So starting from this point was when the disappearances started happening. But this, I'm assuming, is related to Attila becoming mayor. It reached its height at this point. And remember, the documents were given to the local police force, which at this time there was no police force. He was the only sheriff at this time. Math, it's all math. Okay, we got okay, 7328. Sorry for, using your code. Thank you, Lashenko. Sorry for using your email to like bypass things, but I had to. One-time code. For an uneventful town, Kozlovka has had a fair share of tragedies throughout its history. See below the list of notable incidents. 90s disappearance is one thing. Summer plague, if this is in 1998, this would be related to the medicine. Battle of the Forest is here. This is interesting because Battle of the Forest stopped in 1944. So the Festival Massacre, the Winter Festival, must have happened beforehand. Let's go down this list. We know about the 90s disappearance. Summer plague. In August 1990. August 1990. And when did he make his shit? Let's see. When did he make his shit? See, I don't remember numbers. 1989. He announced a more potent version of his medicine in 1989. Medicine made from the mushroom. Failed safety tests in the subsequent year of 1990. August 1990. An unusual wave of deaths spread across the town. Most of the victims had pre-existing medical conditions and were found deceased in their homes. A medical trial committed on people who had pre-existing conditions that people wouldn't care about, like a secret experiment that people do. And we have real life knowledge on these things sort of happening. It's very similar, for instance, in execution to the Tuskegee. I think it was the Tuskegee syphilis one, right? Where people were unknowingly just left with their condition of syphilis by the government to see how it progressed. Your pre-existing condition is left, and you happen to be an unwitting experiment. Guinea pig. Postmortems revealed unidentified fungal matter within the bloodstream. Fungal matter, because he made this potent medicine, and he was performing his clinical trials on the people of the town who already had pre-existing conditions to see if they could be saved or something. Because he's a vocal advocate of using the medicinal herbs, which are very strong. They're way too strong to use for most things because it's, for some reason, too potent probably means it just kills people or something. But he's not the only one who is advocating for their effectiveness. The witch is too. Does she have something? There's no redacted data. Okay, I was curious if there's like secret redacted data. That's what I think is happening here. Okay, so the mushrooms. Postmortems revealed mushrooms, yeah, fungal matter, suspected at first to be a fast-moving contagion. The tragedy ended as suddenly as it began. And what's interesting is that Jan stands opposite to Mstislav. Jan stands opposite because Jan said that he opposes the use of the mushroom, and it's why he made the Modern Farming Initiative with Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky. So perhaps the disappearance of the doctor was coincidental. If the family knows about what's going on here, presumably because the local police force, aka the father, Attila, got the documents from the Nazis that were telling them about this weird event that happened in the 1800s when all of a sudden agriculture went way up out of nowhere, related to the mushrooms in the forest, then perhaps Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky was killed and made to disappear in the same way as the others, but not for the same reason as the others. Perhaps he was thrown... Perhaps he was killed... Perhaps he was disappeared to stop the Modern Farming Initiative, which was an attempt to revise the agricultural practices of the time, aka, based on what we know, his disapproval of the symbiotic ergot to stop the use of the mushroom, He was probably killed to stop it in the same manner that they were already killing people, probably to feed the mushrooms. That's my theory. It's the same method, but a different reason, for a different purpose. Someone's like, let's see this image. What's that? That's an interesting image. Does that matter? I think that matters a lot. Dr. Mstislav. In fact, it kind of does. I didn't notice this before, but it has this symbol. And that's not it's not the round one. It's not the Rodovik. It's Perun's mark. To offer protection against misfortune and ill omens. As part of the name here. As part of this symbol. This is 3 inches. That's it? I mean, that's all you really need. Is there a symbol like that on his photo? I can't quite tell. But that symbol comes up again. So you have that symbol, Perun's mark, specifically to protect against ill fortunes. Okay? But what does that mean on that document? What does that mean on that document of the Summer Plague? It means that when it was scanned in, that it's a part of those documents from whatever this organization is. This organization that took this scan of this blood sample. But what is that organization? We don't really know. Well, let's move on then. Animal killings. It's weird. Wait, did the plague have a modified from an earlier entry? I didn't notice this actually. Wait. Do this? Weird. Before we kill animals, let's see this. The victims were frequent patrons of Dr. Mstislav Dragunov, who regularly complained that standard medicine would not help people with such long-standing medical conditions. After a swift investigation, the police said there was no correlation. That's weird, right? But it makes sense. After a swift investigation, they found no wrongdoing. Why? Dragunov. He's related to the mayor at the time in 1990, which was Attila, who was the sheriff, aka self-appointed mayor. The police have investigated themselves and found no wrongdoing. It's a matter of corruption. It's a matter of corruption and medical malpractice and sort of like a code of ethics that was sort of ignored when doing this type of research. That's interesting. And Dr. Mstislav and the witch presumably share the same mindset of using the mushrooms to heal people. But what's curious about the witch then is why does the witch want this too? It's a local shaman who owns a small shop on Kozlovka's high street. And she is a pillar. She is a pillar of the culture here. Let me see her eye. Is there a symbol in her eye, chat? I have special eyes, my brand. Animal killings. In 1965, a tragedy occurred when locals were reporting their pets missing to the authorities. It was revealed that dozens of animals were found mutilated at the foot of Drake and Oak. 1965. Although the investigation was quickly resolved, the bodies were proven difficult to retrieve due to them decaying at a faster rate in the soil. She has a Sharingan! So you're telling me that like Naruto, the Hidden Leaf Village was in Eastern Europe the entire time, not in Japan. Holy shit. Naruto was Slavic. Slavic Naruto. Although the investigation was quickly resolved, the bodies were proven difficult to retrieve. 1965. It's on the year. Okay, so found mutilated at the foot of the Drake and Oak, the tree. They decayed faster than usual, due to them decaying at a faster rate in the soil because of this symbol, which places a timeline actually in terms of what was going on. This transition symbol, the knots, the twin glyphs, was it probably placed there afterwards to say that this is the effect of the tree? Like basically, do these symbols hold power, or are they using them in the same way that road signs exist? You don't put a stop sign on a road just to be able to get people to stop for no reason. You put a stop sign because it's important. Because if you don't put a stop sign, even though people should stop there, then you're going to crash because there's other people going by you, right? Like in that same way, you like put these signs down because there's a pre-existing reason. The symbol shows you where you put the shoelaces in. Is everybody a comedian today? Chat, this is like, okay, this is like that movie Spotlight where like, you know, where you have like the Boston Globe Spotlight team, except like I'm the only journalist on the Spotlight team trying to solve this like giant mystery, and like and all of my coworkers are like TikTokers, so the entire time while I'm trying to solve what's going on with like, at least in real life it was the Catholic Church, but in this case it's like with this case of like all these people dying, all my coworkers are like, my day in the life of an investigative journalist. You have no more brain power. This is what you get. That's true, you did come from a meeting, you have a reason. However, what about the Sharingan? I think the Sharingan and the Star Wars Empire, those were two people working at the maximal brain power. That was two people working at the peak of their brain power to come up with that. Because I would have never thought of those things. Exactly. You're just thinking outside of the box, right? Same thing with the Star Wars Empire. We can link this game to Star Wars. Or maybe Star Wars can be linked to Slavic runes. Establishing the independence. So this tree, so basically, sorry, to go back to my point, I'm curious if this rune was placed here to warn people of what happens here, or at least to notify and signify to you that this is what happens, or it was placed on the tree which then caused the increased rate of decay. Let's see. And now we see this symbol too. No crossing. This symbol, which was on the symbol of the scan of the blood sample. And this is the tree itself. What's interesting, if you look at this image, is that there's kind of like a weird trail going off here. See that? It's a line going off from the tree into somewhere else. That's a weird thing to see. It's not a part of the police tape either. It's just sort of going off on its own. Whereas if you look at the tree itself, the Dragon Oak, you don't really get a hint of that here. And also, we couldn't see the symbol. So we still don't really know when these symbols were drawn on the tree. Was it a later edition after the events of the 1800s? Or was it already there since the 1800s? Is it a warning of what can happen if you were to linger too long in the space? Or is it the thing that gives this tree the power that it has? We don't really know. And then, what does this imply for the other symbols, right? You have the you have the Isvini, which is used for forgiveness and peace in this place down here, near the ground where presumably things would rot away, aka where people die, as well as Zamina's cross, which is fertility and bountiful harvest, which is what they are reaping from the mushrooms of the tree in the form of their harvest. Is it the same tree? The tree the police tape looks authentic. Yes, so it's we know it's the same tree because of this. Found mutilated at the foot of the Dragon Oak. So it's the same tree, but this was so long ago that maybe the tree has been growing. Because 1965 to this current image, I'm assuming that this image is the current day image, that over time the tree has been growing larger. So for the past 30 years, let's say. Because we know that we are at least past 1992. So the current year is at least past 1992. We don't really know when. It could be 1995 because of the copyright here, right? In which case, it would be exactly 30 years from now, and maybe this image was taken recently. That's how we know it's the same tree, because of this link over here, and then that would also explain why it's a smaller tree here. But again, we don't really have any proof of it. I'm just sort of assuming based on these contextual clues, right? Some of the things that I'm thinking about now with these symbols, right? So this is placed low to the ground, okay? The Isvini means two things. It means both forgiveness and peace. So may the souls of those who've died rest in peace. If we assume that this tree was used in the way that like sacrifices were made, then perhaps it being placed close to the root of the tree, aka close to where the bodies would be under the ground, is a way of them trying to make peace with the souls that were sacrificed to give the bountiful harvest as they transition from a state of life and death back into life in the form of a harvest. Yeah? Everyone good? Everyone clear? Is it clear as mud or is it clear as day? Are your windows open or are the blinds closed? Now let's see the redacted information. Mud cakes, mud pies. I'm a fan of cream pies instead. Witnesses mentioned that they saw a red glowing dart. A red glowing dot darting around the area when the mutilations supposedly took place. This sparked a short-lived legend of an angry spirit in the forest. The police stated that this was a baseless rumor. Sunlight? What's that? Sigh. Red glowing dot? Red eye. No, say it, say it. Well, what is it really? It's not just a red eye, it's the Sharingan! Datebayo! You know how like Julius Caesar gets stabbed and then Brutus comes up and stabs him, and because of their familial relationship, you know, Julius Caesar has been rumored to have said A to Brutus to say like, and you too, right? Imagine Naruto on his deathbed going, Datebayo, which like, right? It's like the same flow. No, sorry. Yeah, witnesses mentioned that they saw a red glowing dot darting around the area. Her eye does look striking. It's actually glowing compared to other people's faces. Because if you look at her face compared to everyone else, nobody else's photos can you see their eyes as clearly as hers. Jan, for instance, this person has their eyes open, and you can't even see it. But the witch, she's very clearly staring at you with her red eye. AKA, it's a very visible eye. This sparked a short-lived legend of an angry spirit in the forest. The police stated this was a baseless rumor. What do we know about the witch's relationship here? The witch and the pharmacist, both members of the Dragonov family, both want to use the mushrooms as medication. They want the world, they want the nation of Zainava, whatever this is, I don't know what this is really, to use the potent medicine from the forest. But even though the government is afraid of doing so, AKA, they have a connection. She has a connection with the Dragonov family. The Dragonov family, who the first mayor of this town, Attila, which we know from his redacted documents, was the sheriff. Because at that time, it was a small town and there was no such thing as a police force. He appointed himself. We're getting closer. Oh, I'm so full of conspiracies. Oh, Battle of the Forest, we know this. Documents of 800s. Festival Massacre is very important because the Dragonov family hiding behind something. They're hiding something. They hid it behind the date of the Winter Festival. This article has been modified from an earlier entry. In 1892, dozens of locals were killed during the Winter Festival. The culprit was caught murdering festival attendees in front of the Draken Oak. When cornered, the culprits slit their own throats and joined their victims at the foot of the tree. This is the earliest tragedy recorded in Kozlovka. 1892. One could say that this is the late 1800s. The Nazis had documents documenting why they were there. They were there to investigate an event in the late 1800s. But why do they care if some madman goes crazy and starts killing people and themselves in front of a tree? They don't care. The Nazis are busy, you know, in World War II doing the things that we all know that they're doing in World War II. Genuinely awful things, because the Nazis are awful, okay? But why else would they care about this? Because, think about the timing, late 1800s, and the agriculture of that time gets a boost in the 1800s. 1892. 1870. Between 1890. In between this is 1885. That's the midpoint, okay? Maybe 5 years later, I could see the line matching up to 1890. Something's going on here. Something's going on here. So, when that person killed everyone, they also killed themselves at the foot of the tree. And that's all of a sudden when the mushrooms must have started growing. Because we don't actually know when the mushrooms started growing. Again, we don't actually know how long ago these mushrooms appeared. But they are because of these mushrooms, the land around yields great harvests, and that happened late 1800s, which is when that person killed themselves and festival goers. Relies on a symbiotic relationship with their plant host, the drake and oak. It's a symbiotic relationship, aka if you kill the tree, then you kill the mushrooms. That's interesting. You kill the tree, you kill the mushrooms. Is there something in the image that I'm missing? And if we look at the tree, can we see the mushrooms here? No, we don't really know where the mushrooms grow in relation to the tree. I just see the line with like cleavage, and that's it. But at least we have some connection between the witch, the family, why she's being implicated in this stuff, as well as what happened initially in the late 1800s that would have kickstarted all of this. But still, we don't really know why. The culprit did this, but what was their motivation? Maybe we'll never know. Maybe it's too late for us to know. Let's see what's hiding in plain sight. There was a disturbing rumor that the killer carved the runes into the drake and oak as part of festival traditions. Although not much evidence suggests this, it was speculated to be the reason why the festival is no longer celebrated. So that's interesting. Disturbing rumor that the killer carved the runes into the drake and oak as part of the festival traditions. So these runes were already here when the dogs died in the animal massacre. Ever since that festival, it already existed, and then they killed themselves and the festival goers after they had carved these runes in. What's interesting is that after carving the runes, although not much evidence suggests this, it was speculated to be the reason why the festival is no longer celebrated. It's strange that it's related to the runes and not the tragedy, right? Like if you read this as it is, there was a disturbing rumor that the killer carved the runes into the drake and oak as part of festival traditions. So it's a part of the tradition to carve these runes into the tree. Although not much evidence suggests this, it was speculated it probably being the act of carving these runes and the runes themselves, or maybe just the festival traditions themselves. It was speculated to be the reason why the festival is no longer celebrated. Something about these runes led to the festival no longer being celebrated. Maybe a superstition from the people who saw the significance of these symbols being the rune symbols as they are within the culture and being afraid of the power that they hold. But that's also weird, because why would that matter? You know what I mean? Like, why would that stop you? It's odd. Winter Festival. The Winter Festival occurs every year on the 15th of December. The festival celebrated the hardship between people endured through the year. Wives would take up their husband's tools as a sign of kinship and equal footing. I mean, really, the equal footing should be that the husbands take up the job of raising the children and making the clothing and cooking the food and socializing and like building sort of relationships with people within the local community as a sign of equal footing, because not to say that like the work of like doing stuff is not necessarily hard, but to say that like equal footing relies on both sides meeting the other party, not just one side meeting one party. But I digress. The holiday is no longer celebrated since the massacre in 1892, and the reason why is specifically related to the runes themselves, not because of the massacre. Like, the wording that's here on the festival massacre implies that it's the runes themselves. And now you see this. A drawing of the tree as it would have been in antiquity. And this. What's interesting is that this image sort of tells a story that is different from the reality of the tree as it is today. The chalk would have been used to draw the symbol onto the tree. We know that this is the spiritual chalk that would have been used because the witch sells her local brand. Like, she sells her brand of local chalk from the local shaman, okay? It's advertised to be able to commune with surrounding nature, the souls of those who perish with rune symbols. And traditionally, it is a woman's job to mark sites with rune symbols, as many did in the past. So when the women took up the tools of the men, they must have also been the one to take the chalk to mark the tree traditionally as part of this festival. But because of the massacre, the runes were now carved into the tree. This is different from using chalk. It's carved into the very flesh of the tree itself, and thus, in many ways, made permanent. And now, I see something interesting about this image that I don't think I would have seen before that makes sense. If all the images are in monochrome, a carving like this would show up as like a dark thing. It would always show up as dark lines. And so therefore a carving down here would show up as dark lines too. But that's not the case. The carvings show up as dark lines because there's an absence of something, of the material. I don't really know how it, determines what's like material versus not material. But presumably the rules are, if there's something there, it's in white. If it's not there, it's in black. Okay, we see this with the pictures of like people too, and same with the mushrooms. Like everything has this sort of pattern, right? You see their form and the substance, and the absence of something is usually denoted by the black pigment, color, whatever it's like called, in like the monochrome palette. Okay, and then there's clothing and stuff too. Like something about it is sort of related to, I guess, like the importance of the life of something, let's say, or like the foreground, background, like the thing that you should be paying attention to. But like, if that, but also like maybe even like the nature of the thing, because if it applies to clothing too, right? So like, it has a contextual use case in every single image. The colors have a contextual meaning in every single image that depends on what's going on in that image. In this case, the carvings are black because it's the absence of the tree. If these were carvings, these too would be black, and they would blend in with the darkness of the tree. But they're not. Contextually, what this means is that this is not something that is removed but added onto the tree. That somebody took the chalk to draw on these symbols as a symbol of forgiveness. This was carved by the madman, the culprit, who killed people at the festival, permanently imbuing the tree with these symbols. This was drawn by somebody after, to say sorry, to ask for forgiveness, and to give peace, presumably to those who have died under this tree. And this is maintained traditionally as the woman's job, and a witch is usually the term for like a woman practitioner of like the occult, right? So it could be implied that the witch is doing this, but also the witch recognizes that we need this too. Now, if we go back to the image originally of this tree compared to the one that we see in the Winter Festival, knowing all of this and seeing the context of this, with the chalk that's here, the symbol being drawn, specifically the symbol that we see being drawn on the tree is only one symbol. That symbol of Zamina's cross, which is the symbol of fertility tied to bountiful harvests. That's a perfectly fine symbol to put in a festival, a winter festival, because winter festivals are interesting in that to mark the transition over into the summertime, you usually just take out all the winter food that you had stored and you eat it all before it goes bad, because it's been stored for a very long time, because you're going to get a new harvest anyway, so you might as well just enjoy your time, right? That's usually the way it goes. Same with like the summer to the winter. It's like the last time that you'll eat fresh food, so you eat all the fresh food that would go bad in the winter time if you had just like kept it there before it goes bad. It's the same idea, right? And so it makes sense that they would draw Zamina's cross to say, I wish that when the winter is over, because it's celebrated on the 15th of December, right? Do you remember on the 15th of December that they would want a bountiful harvest by the time the summer comes again? So the killer added this rune. Somebody added this rune. Perhaps for forgiveness for those who died. Somebody added this rune. The twin glyph. The killer did. They added this one up below this one, as if to change the meaning. Because when you combine runes like a language and you read them in a certain way, one can say that the twin glyph is supporting the fertility now. And up until this point, this town had a fairly baseline existence based on the chart of like harvest. It didn't really go that far, right? But in doing this, in carving this symbol, now it changes the meaning of it. It's not just a hope for a bountiful harvest. It's not just a hope for a good time, right? As shown by the meaning of Zamina's cross. It is the method by which you obtain it now. You change it from a hope and a belief and a desire to something tangible. A process that you can follow. Because that's the thing about these rune meanings that I find interesting, right? Zamina's cross is a symbol of fertility tied to bountiful harvest. It doesn't necessarily say how you get there. It simply says that by its presence that it will come. It can mean hope, or it can mean even the belief that it will happen, and so you predict that it'll happen, but it doesn't really tell you how you get there. It just says that there's a bountiful harvest, as if it's by itself that is enough. But this person who carved these runes says no, perhaps it wasn't enough, and perhaps in their mind what they needed was the twin glyph. The twin glyph, which actually does describe a process, because it represents duality. Renewal and remembrance, these are things that we do, these are things that happen, these are things that occur. Growth and decay are things that happen, that occur. And the shape of it and the way that it's sort of drawn, the way that it's underneath this, supporting Zamina's cross near the ground, it carries the meaning as if... It carries a meaning that is almost as if to say, at the foot of this tree, leave things that can go through this process. This duality, right? This transition from one state to the next, this duality as it goes from one stage of life to the next, such that it can then bloom and blossom and go upwards and support fertility. And if we take it as it is, and we simply look at the growth and the decay parts, then that alone is enough to give us, I think, enough reason to believe that that's why it was done, and why they killed themselves, and why they did this in the first place, was because they wanted to make it a guarantee. They wanted to truly make it possible to obtain a good harvest. For whatever reason, we don't really know yet, but this was their goal, you know what I mean? Like, they executed on their goal, and that's what happened, and that's why the tree is connected to all these tragedies. And that's why every time a tragedy happens, they get a good harvest after. That's fascinating. That's very, very fascinating. There's another meaning to this, though, that I wonder how it plays into this, too. Renewal and remembrance is also a fascinating one. Because when we die, right, they say that you suffer two deaths. The first death is when your body rots and decays and your soul leaves your shell. The second death is when people forget your name. Renewal and remembrance is a fascinating thing to think about in the context of this symbol of the tragedies that have befallen it. Because still to this day, the people remember this act that has happened and continually, seemingly, commit murders in the name of whatever this process is in order to have growth from the resulting decay. It's a renewal of the process of death in order to have life. And it's a remembrance of those that have gone, and a remembrance of the traditions that are there, and really a remembrance of the people that were involved in making this come to life. AKA, whatever it is that drove this person to do this, it feels almost as if it's similar in many in many ways to the idea of like worship, right? If we think of these things and we think of pagans, we often think of like covens and like communes and like cults, right? I wonder if there's a larger group behind this that is hoping to be remembered always, and thus keep their power in this space by continually committing this practice, by continually renewing this practice of decay leading into growth. Murder. It's all murder. And I wonder if the witch is related to the murder, and is related to maybe even whatever this group is. Because again, she's a pillar of Kozlovka's culture. What does that mean? And who is the person that is hiring us? Because again, the person who is hiring us lives in this town. Is everybody aware? Is everybody still on the same page? Hey, did I lose anybody in that very long explanation of what I think is going on and what I've deciphered from all this? How many of you are asleep now? It must be most of you. We can now go into the Dragunov family file. So we have the Winter Festival, 15th of December. and they need this code. It's Resident Sleeper. Date of Winter Festival. I'm assuming it's 1/5/12. Because 15th of December. Sorry, so it's 12/15. You're here for moral support. Thank you, thank you. What? You're here. You would think. Okay, maybe some of you can help me solve this. Wait a minute. Or do they mean 1892 when the original massacre happened? It might not be the date because like the Winter Festival is no longer happening, but it last happened in 1892. I'm stupid. But it happens every year on the 15th of December. That's 12/15, right? That is 12/15. That's 12/15. 12/15. 12/15. 12/15. 12/15. 12/15. 15/12. That didn't work last time. The Dragunov family. The sheriff came from this family, and they started out in this town, and they're sort of like the major player in this town, and presumably connected to a lot of the things happening here. Kozlovka was founded by Bohdan Dragunov and Alina Dragunova. The story goes that their love guided them to this plot of land in hopes of starting anew as a family. Oh, so lovely. A memorial was erected to honor the family, which includes a quote that reads, "For the loss of a few, there is still many." That's a weird quote to have. Also, then, sorry, this database program, what is this? What is this symbol then? So, the family's quote is, "For the loss of the few, there is still many." AKA, the sacrifices of some to keep the rest alive. That's a weird message to have in relation to what we know, or like what we assume to be the reason behind all of these murders, right? They have this thing at the bottom. Is there any symbol that stands out? It is actually full of symbols. I guess the thing that's interesting is that it is full of symbols. For instance, this symbol up here. One could argue that perhaps the family as a whole is a part of whatever belief system that uses these runes, right? These Slavic runes. And I wonder if that means that the family, that something behind the family, like there's more to the family than meets the eye. Is there something more going on with them? Let's check out Alina first. That is a terrifying image. What the fuck? Alina Dragunova was a founding member of Kozlovka. She was incredibly spiritual and set up the Winter Festival as her way of celebrating her husband's crops. The festival attracted dozens of people whose family make up Kozlovka today. She was always devout to her husband and was known in the community to set everything aside for the sake of her family. That's interesting. Known to set everything aside for the sake of her family. To set everything aside for the sake of her family. Incredibly spiritual. And traditionally, women were the one to write these runes on things. See this? It was a woman's job to mark sites with rune symbols, as many did in the past. And this is the founding family. The founding members of this town, Alina Dragunova, who also founded the Winter Festival. The Winter Festival that eventually led to the massacre in 1892. That eventually had a bountiful harvest. And she did the festival to celebrate her husband's crops. So now we know some things and we know more context, okay? Initially, the symbol that is drawn on the tree, the symbol of fertility, fertility and bountiful harvests, this is not a hope, but this is a thank you. This is to say, we've had such a good year, thank you for this year. My husband, thank you for giving us this harvest. That's why she wrote that on the tree. Because the festival was originally a way for celebrating her husband's crops, her husband who was a farmer. This festival attracted dozens of people to set up there as well. And she was devout to her husband. AKA, what does that mean? Would she have done everything for him? It seems like it, because she was known in the community to set everything aside for the sake of her family. Her photo. A face obscured by time, as all old photos are, that eventually one day the memory of you will fade until you are nothing but dust. As all things are. The memories we have should be cherished because the little bits and pieces of our lives that we still hold, one day they too will disappear. I need to digitize my family's photos. I apparently have a very long family tree. That's interesting. So this character is very important. I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna remember where she is. Sorry? Go back here. Now let's see the husband. Boden. Boden Dragonov was a founding member of Kozlovka. Originally a carpenter, his career shifted to farming after having their first child, who was born sickly. He was famous for being a terrible farmer, but nevertheless persevered. He was always devout to his wife, and is famously said to have borrowed her strength in times of need. That's interesting. He's a terrible farmer, which is funny because isn't farming... I mean, there's a lot of farming, but like, isn't also a lot of farming just like waiting and like make sure that your crops and soil is good? So like, how bad was this person? Because like, you can even like grow tomatoes at home. You know what I mean? So like, to be fair, it's also the 1800s and there's no Wikipedia, so I don't think I could grow like a tomato without a Wikipedia either. But what is their relationship then? He was a carpenter who shifted to farming. A carpenter, and that's an interesting thing to call out. Maybe he's bad at planting and taking care of the crops. You know what's crazy is like, I wonder how hard it is to take care of crops, because like, you need to trim a couple leaves, and then you need to water them, right? But what do you do beyond that? I need to go farming, so, okay, don't listen to me. I'm not a farmer, I'm a programmer. I don't know shit, alright? I need to go farming to figure out what is hard about it. Him originally being a carpenter is interesting because the runes were carved into the tree, okay? I'm not saying it's necessarily hard to carve things in the trees. I could do it with a rock, right, if I really wanted to. But that is a skill set that's at least tied to the idea of carving things out of wood. His career shifted to farm after having their first child, who was born sickly. So he became a farmer after their first child, who was born sickly, and he was a terrible farmer, but nevertheless persevered, which, in relation to what his wife said, and why his wife had this festival, celebrating her husband's crops, perhaps the symbol was a symbol of hope then. So this symbol was not a symbol of fertility tied to a successful harvest. This was a symbol in the tree tied to, I sure hope my husband can do it. Otherwise, my sickly child is going to die. My sickly child. The town was founded by Boden Dragonov and Alina sometime in the 1800s. This town is very old, in the 1800s. But this is something interesting here. Where does this place the timeline then? It occurs every year on the 15th. The festival celebrated the hardship that between people endured through the year. Wives would take up their husbands' tools as a sign of kinship and equal footing. That's an interesting hint that I didn't really pay attention to. But now that we have more context, sorry, I need to fix my chair. I'm scared that there's a ghost behind me. I don't know why, but this is scaring me, and I don't know why. I think because it's like almost too real. It's a little bit too close to home for it not to be like real, and I'm kind of scared. Okay, are we good? Okay. I'm now in my bunker. Okay, I'm now in my bunker mode. I'm in my bunker mode. I have a blanket over my head, over my body. I'm peering out of a small hole. Nothing can touch me. Nothing can touch me. If something touches me, I'm going to scream. Wives would take up their husbands' tools as a sign of kinship and equal footing. Wife would take up her husband's tools as a symbol of kinship and equal footing. She wanted to celebrate her husband's crops, in the hope that maybe there would be crops, because he was a bad farmer. She was devout to her husband, and would always set everything aside for the sake of her family that we know of, which is a sickly son, and Boden, the bad farmer. He was originally a carpenter, and not a farmer. So, which tools does Alina pick up? Which of the tools? The tool to plow the fields, and to till the soil and to plant the crops, or the tools to carve wood, to carve into wood, forms, to bring to life, to transform the wood into something useful. Not to say that trees aren't useful, but back in the 1800s, I don't think they knew about photosynthesis. I don't think they knew about oxygen. I actually don't know when they learned about oxygen. Okay, so back then, what other use was there for wood to change the form to be useful to us as people, or perhaps as a host for something greater? The carvings. The carvings that were carved in at the Winter Festival of 1892. 1892, the late 1800s. Okay? That's interesting. But who is this sickly son? Could it be that she took up the tools of carpentry and dropped the chalk in order to carve the symbol in and then cause this massacre? Because the culprit says nothing about who this person was. It says nothing about who the culprit was. There's no indication of like who the culprit could have been. There's no indication of like, was it the man, was it the woman, like what hair did they have, what did they have, a red eye? It's nothing, right? We don't even know when they founded the town, and so we don't really know, and like we can't place certain things in this storyline. It was Bob all along. What's his name again? Bowden. Sorry, his name is Bowden. It was Bowden all along. There is one thing that I wonder though, okay? Their sickly son, Attila Dragunov, was the mayor of Kozlovka from 1945 to 1992. 1945 meaning he lived at least 50 years until 92, which means that he must have been in at least his 20s by this point. He would have been born in like the 1920s, right? Could it be that his ancestor was the sickly person from the Dragunov family? And could it be that his ancestor was related to what was going on at the festival then, right? Because he was a mayor in 1945 to 1992, 50 years long. Presumably he's in his 20s and he might be in his 70s, right? Early 20s, and then he's in his 70s, early 70s, or around then. In let's say 25, something in the 1920s, he would have probably been born. 1892 was the massacre at the festival. 1892. That was only 30 years before Attila was born. If we can place when the town was founded, and we can place when the sickly son was born, we might be able to sort of draw a good connection to like specific individuals that could have been related to the Winter Massacre. And I think we might even have the information if we go back to the very beginning. Kozlovka was founded in 1887. 1887. Holy shit. Oh my god. 1887. The massacre happened in 1892. 1887, 1892. 5 years. In 5 years, there was a massacre. The culprit was caught murdering festival attendees in front of the Dragon Oak. When cornered, the culprit slit their own throat and joined their victims after carving the runes on the tree. A festival where the women take up the tools of their husband as a sign of kinship and equal footing. Founded in a festival taking place in a town founded by the Dragunov family by a person who was originally a carpenter. Just 5 years before the massacre. Just 5 years before the massacre. When did the festival start, for instance? Occurs every year on 15th of December, implies that it happened when they founded the town. Founding member of Kozlovka. Because they were founded, the town was founded by these two. They love guided in this plot of land in hopes of starting anew as a family. This plot of land, which means that they were trying to farm on this land to start anew as a family. There's a very good likelihood that Alina was the one who committed the massacre, because we see here, she was always devout to her husband and was known in the community to set everything aside for the sake of her family. Everything. Could it be that she had felt as if she had to sacrifice even her own life because her husband was a lousy farmer who couldn't do anything for their family, and after 5 years could she have cracked and said enough is enough? I'm going to take it into my own hands, and I'm going to rely on my culture, a spiritual culture, an incredibly spiritual person. And knowing, using her knowledge of her culture, she carved those runes into the tree in order to give them a good harvest because of the birth of their sickly son. The sickly child, whoever the child is, they probably didn't have much time left. 5 years of life, how long do you have, right? But it really depends on when they shifted to farming. But again, the festival coincides with their farming. After having their first child, and they wanted to start their family life anew here, as a family, aka they came here. And then, it would make sense with the tagline then, for the loss of a few, there is still many. What's her connection to the mushroom though? Did she cultivate it? I think so, but indirectly. Like, I think the mushroom's connection to everything is specifically in that the mushroom has a symbiotic relationship with the plant host and grows because of something involving the tree, the drake and oak, which is the site of the carvings, the site of all of the murders, right? We know that there's some deeper connection here that is also that is trying to be kept hidden because Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky was killed. Here. The talented mycologist went missing during his time in Kozlovka. When the mycology community asked for his research in the forest, the local government refused to release it due to sensitive information. The local government could be the Zanavian government, but it could also be the town itself. And the local government was the Dragunov family, the founding family of this town. So, I think it's heavily implied that the mushrooms are being created from the blood of people, right? That like their life and their death, again, because of the twin glyphs, that transition between the two, that duality, that like from death springs life. And that's why it's all connected, and then that's why their quote reads, "For the loss of a few, there is still many." That would make sense. That would make sense to me. This is all very handy information, but there's still one more locked article. We don't have anything here, so let's send in our report. For a small town, Kozlovka had its fair share of tragedies. And again, the reason why we're doing this, and this is an interesting thing to bring in here too as well, Volya Lysenko lives at 23rd Lesnaya Street, okay? And they said the town hall, they're asking us to do this because of what? I need you to investigate further. Apologies for being cautious. Someone I cared about disappeared in the early 90s. The early 90s could be from anywhere from the 1900s, sorry, 1990s to... Oh, no, yeah, it would just be the 1990s. Someone I disappeared about in the early 90s, which is this time period, the 90s disappearance, which has led to the current growth of agriculture in the city. This is already 100 years after, but this person is hiring us to look into this because it's related. And so we're really just finding backstory as to what's happening, but we still don't know the relation. Sorry, I thought there was a relation between this person and what happened in the 1800s, but it's not really. But it kind of is, because what happened in the 1800s has led to this point. Too many lines. There are too many lines. For a small town, among the tragedies that coincide with sudden spikes in Kozlovka's agriculture yields from earliest to latest. See below. This was the first. Okay? This was the earliest tragedy. Second tragedy, 1941, 1945. 1965 is this one. 1990 is this one. And the 90s disappearance in 1992 in the early 90s. But the summer plague happened in the early 90s as well. That's interesting. We don't know exactly who the person we hired is looking for, but it must be a part of the disappearances because they would have found their body had it been the plague. Maybe. Unless they were thrown away and hidden. Their death was hidden. So, from earliest to latest with sudden spikes in Kozlovka's agriculture yield in early... This coincided with one increase. This coincided with one increase. This coincided with another increase. 1990 was when the summer plague happened. The battle happened in 1944. We look at both of those timelines. Neither of them fit within the chart. Okay? 1944 didn't have any increase in the growth. 1965, when the animals went missing, did, however. 1950 would be like somewhere in 1945 would be somewhere in the middle. Actually, wait. Animal killing. Wait a minute. Am I wrong? I'm wrong. 1965, a tragedy occurred when locals were reporting that their pets were missing to the authorities. Oh my god, this is another hint. Look at this. What happened, okay? Multiple tragedies happened. There are multiple tragedies. 1965 was when animals died. 1944 was when blood was spilled on the tree. The blood of the Nazis. 1944, okay? Human blood versus animal blood. 1965, when animal blood was sacrificed, we see it. 1965, shortly after, there was a small increase in agricultural yield, but not enough to match the previous years. Of the years that we know, 1892, when this happened, this was the first spike at the Festival Massacre. The second spike, this midline would be 1945, 1944, at the Battle of the Forest, when they were all killed around the tree, was this next spike, presumably due to the volume of people who died. Okay? Like an occupying force is probably going to be fairly large in this town. Festival goers at a small festival just a couple of years after the founding of a town probably wouldn't be that much, but still, that's a lot of growth. And then this 15 people disappeared in 1992 when this happened. The plague happened in 1990. That was at its lowest. But in 1992, when the disappearances happened, all 15, that's when this happened. 15 results in this growth. Presumably less than 15 people died at the festival, and presumably a lot more people died during this battle. But the animals didn't do much to change it in 1962. 1965. And what this means is that, and we can see this by looking at this. Remember what this said about like a red dot floating around? With this is mentioned, they saw a red glowing dot darting around the area when the mutilation supposedly took place. The witch. The witch was trying to get back to when the harvest was good, and perhaps the witch was experimenting with the animals. Looks like after tragedy, someone is boosting the harvest. Well, so we know that much. That the tragedies are related to the harvest, and someone, and like whatever this thing is boosting the harvest is related to the tree and the mushrooms that are there, right? These sacrifices, but specifically the human sacrifices are causing this, right? My theory is that the witch tried to see if the animals could give the same effect. Perhaps the witch didn't want to kill people anymore. Perhaps the witch said, we don't want to do this anymore. Let's see if the animals can help boost productivity. It didn't work. It barely even registered. The tree, for some reason, craves human blood. The tree that had the symbols carved into it in 1892 during that first festival, only 5 years after the founding of this town, by the founder, where the husband of the husband-wife duo was a carpenter, and the wife was spiritual and would have used his tools as part of the festival's kinship ritual. The witch must have tried to boost the agricultural yield by killing the animals in order to try and stop killing people, but failed. This changes the context a lot of what they were doing then. Because both the witch and the doctor want something for this town. They both vouch for the effectiveness of the medicine in this area. They both vouch for it. That's interesting. Her crimes were the report of the red eye ghost spirit lingering here was thrown out by the police, which was at the time, and maybe even still now, being run by the Dragunov family, because they were also the sheriff at the time. Mstislav Dragunov created a formulation, a medicinal formulation, a medicine from the mushrooms, from the local colony of the mushrooms, that no one has ever been able to replicate. That failed trial in 19 something 8, right? 19 something. It's weird because I can't place Mstislav, Jan, and the witch in any particularly compromising positions, except for the fact that his clinical trials that he probably committed without people knowing in 1990 to try to help these people with their conditions caused the plague, the fungal matter within the bloodstream, because he made a more potent version of it in 1989. Medicinal herbs, which they say is useful for the conditions that are afflicting the people in this town. And where does it say that? I need to go back to where that was. Summer plague. We go here. I think it's here that it says specifically. The frequent pages of Dr. Mstislav Dragunov frequently complained that stand medicine would not help people with such long-standing medical conditions. So that's what he said. What's interesting is that he has a different goal from the witch here. The witch advocates for the use of it, but she advocates more for its use in ancient pagan rituals. That's weird. It's weird that they're both connected to this thing that's happening here and the circumstances here. It's weird that they're kind of correlated to each other, but not really. They have different motivations for it. But we know at least what the witch was doing at this time. She wasn't just killing animals just for the sake of the ritual. She was doing it because I was mistaken. She was doing it to see if it had an effect on the harvest. And so what really happened in these tragedies is that only human blood seemed to give enough sustenance to whatever this is in order to actually result in an increase in yield from farming. But only if the deaths happened at the tree, which is what happened in the Festival Massacre, the first one, the Battle of the Forest, the second one, and the 90s disappearance when they disappeared around the tree, and coincidentally they all happened in the Bialio Riza forest. I need to write down some notes. I don't know if I'm gonna remember this long term. I need to write down notes. But I worry that if I write down notes again, we're gonna go back to the whole thing of like me having like a million notes. I'm gonna just like give me a second to write this down, okay? Just like give me a second. Hey man, I know Sandbox it releases tomorrow? Am I gonna get it? Oh wait, no. Sorry, I do remember that is because my beta access was revoked because they're releasing it tomorrow, right? I am gonna get it. I'm actually being mean to get it because I was gonna like make stuff on it. Actually, I was gonna make stuff on it. There's like one game that I did want to make on it, but then I think we tried to at some point, but then I couldn't figure out how I wanted to make the game, so I didn't bother. But yeah, I'm actually really excited for a Sandbox. I think it's gonna be a huge hit. It's gonna be the next Gary's mod in terms of like popularity. Nobody knows it yet. I've known it since the developer beta. It's gonna be a huge hit. Thank you for reminding me, though, because I was wondering, like I woke up today and then I was like, there's something important that I have to play tomorrow on the 29th and the 31st, and I know what's happening on the 31st, on the 30th, but I forgot about what's happening on the 28th and the 29th. So you've reminded me. Thank you. You saved me from having to go through like multiple days worth of notes. Thank you. I'm excited. It's gonna be the next Ares mod. If you don't know Sandbox. It's made by the same team behind Ares Mod. The goals are sort of similar but also different. I'm excited to see what it has to offer. Last time we played the games on it back in the developer beta, there were already some really cool ideas, and the developer tools were really, really good. Like imagine Source 2 engine with like a layer of tools built on top based on sort of like the same UX and like ethos of the Unity engine. It works very well. But I just couldn't figure out like a game that I wanted to make for it. But like now I kind of know. So maybe we'll make something cool for it. But that's sort of like a later thing. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. We'll see. We'll see. But I will be playing it, yeah. Actually, keep that tab open so I don't forget. Also, let me write down my notes here before I forget. Because I'm going to forget everything. What heading am I looking for? Notes? Game logs. It's like a game log. Play log. Stream playthrough logs. Here we go. Oh shit, we have to finish apparatus examiners too. Fuck, there's so many games we have to finish. Fuck. What's this game called again? Lost Wiki Kozlovka. That's the one. And I'm excited for it. Actually, if you get the game tomorrow too, we can all play together because most of the games are multiplayer. So if you do get it, let me know. We'll all be playing together. I just don't remember what time it's releasing. I can't remember what time exactly, but I'm hoping it's before stream so I can download it. But we'll figure out the logistics of it. Which animal killing to test if could? Tree eat human blood, make shroom, which make huge wheat and carrot, massive melons. Town founded, presumably Alina go wild, kill people because husband suck farming, and thus massive melons from human blood. Maybe. What else was there? Pharmacist, which unclear where stand. Yan also doesn't want use shroom, no more, so therefore probably better than father, who went missing with mycologist in evil tree. Oh, sickly mystery son, thank you, sickly mystery son. No clue yet, because Attila, probably born 1920s, but 1892 was massacre, and 1887 was town found. So therefore, baby born in late 18. So therefore, Babby was formed in late 1880s. Attila, child of sickly son, which relation to the Dragunov family? Woman, witches, men stupid, bad at farming? Find out more at 10. Oh yeah, yes, go! We can all play together. Oh, perfect. You know when it releases either. Yeah, I'm hoping it's not like a super late time. Well, I mean late relative to me. I know that they are on like a East Coast time, kind of. I guess like EST time or something. You're welcome. Redacted bypass. Your findings have been more than helpful. They're disturbing. This pattern we're uncovering. It's not random. Someone knew. Someone let it happen. You must have redacted bypass installed in your system, like any good journalist. It's been a while since it's been prohibited by the government, so here's a refresher on how to access it. Thanks. I've already gone through it, and I've already done this. Actually, I've already done this. Thank you. In order to enable, you must first have your system code. You can find this here. You need to find the local area code of the city you'd like to bypass. You can find this in all the addresses. Okay, I've already done this. We skipped ahead a lot, actually. After the government's disapproval of their product, so we're talking about a product now, which implies that this is Dr. Mstislav. They caused the tragedy of the plague. They caused the tragedy summer plague because the government didn't approve of their medication. It's because of this. And presumably because of this, if you go back to Jan and we go back to the redaction tool, presumably, and based on the timeline, because it can happen before the farming initiative, vocal about his disapproval of the use of the symbiotic ergot, yes, after the plague, he launched the modern farming initiative. So he knew that his family member, presumably his brother, caused the deaths of these people from the plague by creating this medication and forcing them to take it in these clinical trials that they didn't really sign up for, okay? That's why he disapproves of the use of the mushroom. However, I wonder if he knows about the connection to the tree. That's an interesting thing that I still don't really know, is that they know enough that they know that the mushroom has some use that is much greater than anything else that they have. And they must be aware of the harvest, but do they know exactly the method by which this happens? Because again, Attila was the sheriff of the town. Presumably his sons were not looped in. That's the thing. Yep. Of the tragedy, summer plague. Jan Dragunov proposed the money. Yep, to ban any uses. That's why he invited the good doctor here. Family ties. Mr. Slav is a good man, but I knew his ambition would get to him. To think he risked innocent lives. I may have found something that is of use. What's inside is sensitive. Handle it accordingly. I'll continue digging around for more material. I sure hope this person is not going to die. So this symbol again. Oh my god, that's a horn. I thought that was a ring. Chat, that's a horn. That's like a demon. That's the same symbol that we saw on the scan of the blood sample, as well as the symbol that we saw on the tree. Wait a goddamn minute. The animal killings. It looks like a bison. Holy fuck, you're right. It's not a demon. It's a bison. No crossing. Tied to the tree. And who has an affection for bison? For the bison? Bison fucker Attila Dragunov. He has affection for bison. So he would use that symbol as part of his organization. And it makes sense now. Because when you put police tape and you say no crossing, this is your local police organization. That's why they also have the sample, the scan of the sample. So they had the scan of the sample from the summer plague because this is the local police department's logo. The local police department that's being run by Attila, who has a fondness for bison. That's what this is. And this symbol, Peruna's symbol, is a symbol for protection against misfortune and ill omens. Which is, I think, fitting in sort of the concept of like, that's what they want their police service to sort of be represented as. But it's not really what they're doing here, right? Nice finger. To whom it may concern, as you know, it has been 3 months since our mayor went missing. Isn't that the wheel one? No, it has the sharper lines. The wheel one, where it's a circular one, is different from the Perun one. Perun's mark has this. See, that's it's like the sharper angles. They go straight to each point. That's different from the Rodovsky, from the Rodovki or something. From the Rodovik. It's different from the Rodovik. What the fuck is a Rodovsky? It's different from the Rodovik, which is about family lineage and ancestral blessings. This is about protection, linked to the police department, and this is a bison. It's been 3 months since our mayor went missing, aka the Mayor Attila. He was dear to our hearts, but alas, we must come together and continue running the town. The control of the Kozlovka police force and its public database will be transferred to his son, Jan Dragunov, as he will be taking the reins of the mayor of the town. So now he's in control of the police too. With that, the passcode to the town ledger has been changed. It is now the heading code of the town hall. Thank you everyone for your patience. Town hall, which we know about, is one of the images, okay? Heading of the town hall. We actually know this. The redacted, no, wrong one. This one. The heading of the town hall. Don't know what that means, but it's 7 Mirror Street, something like that. So, we're gonna go find the town hall. This is the Kozlovka thing. Heading of the town hall. What does the heading mean? The heading? Am I stupid? What? Okay, what's a heading? Huh? Is now the heading code of the town hall. Okay? Heading of the letter? Oh, it could be the heading of the letter itself. But then, like, what's the heading of the letter? What's the code? Because this code was for something else. The heading of the letter. Request for access. Kozlovka Town Hall Management. I'm going to try this number. 451NW6. But let's do 4516. I'm assuming heading maybe is related to the area code plus that thing. No. 7 Mirror Street? I don't know. 7328? No. 7328 was the code for the other thing, but let's see if it maybe just triggers. No. 7 Mirror Street. 4596. What am I doing? What am I gonna do? 4596 again. Kozlovka Town Hall of Management. Oi, oi, oi. Heading code of the town hall. Yan has access to the town hall. The hell is a heading code? Chat, I feel stupid. Is there anything new in this database now that we could find? He's the head of the town hall. Heading code of the town hall. Farming initiative. Is there a way to get to the town hall? So he's now ahead of the police force. It's not the heading code of the town hall. Is there a way to get to the town hall? I see there's no information on the police force either, so. And also look at the shapes again, right? These connections. Is there anything particular about these connections? The shapes yet? No, not forming yet. What if in me doing this, I accidentally draw a rune that then causes some crazy thing to happen, right? The runes have power. Wouldn't I then be unwittingly bringing to life something, some horrible tragedy? But that has to be that one then. So wait, that's the only heading that I have. Redacted bypass. Heading code. The heading of the town hall. The heading code. N. Oh, I see. That's the translation. So N000 NE045. Okay. So it's this thing. NW6. NW6. NW. NW. NE. NW. What? Oh! North, northwest, northeast. North, northeast, 45 degrees, right? It's a compass. It's a compass. So this code is related to the angle that it would be on a compass. The degree of the compass. Of a cardinal compass. I guess all compass is a cardinal. Well, I'm not really sure about that. So northwest would be 180 is at the bottom for south. Right? 270 would be west. What's between 360 and 270? What's 270 plus 3? It's 315. 315.6. 315.6. Because it's 6. Okay, 315.6. Is my math correct? I don't know. We'll go up in tens, okay? We'll go up in tens. 315.6. Oh, numbers and letters. Yeah! This ledger details the family that governs the town of Kozlovka. See below the list of family members. Attila Dragunov. We know that one. Mstislav Volha Dragunova. Why does Volha sound so goddamn familiar, chat? Oh. Yeah, I think we're being played. I think we're being played like a fool. Volha Dragunova is the mother of Yan Dragunov. She was a proud mother and adamantly supported Yan's mayorship after her husband's disappearance. Although she no longer uses their last name, she still has close connections with the family. Chat, we're emailing a dead person. Oh shit. Volha Dragunova is the mother of Yan Dragunov. When women marry into families, traditionally they take the last name of the men, of the paternal line. And this is like a traditional thing. Although she no longer uses their last name, she still has close connections with the family. A D-mail, if you will. D-mail, that's good. She's dead? It feels like it, because look, she was a proud mother and adamantly supported Yan's mayorship after her husband's disappearance. She was a proud mother. Is the mother of Yan Dragunov. She was a proud mother. It's almost as if it's saying that she's dead, but maybe she's not dead, and you're right, and she's still alive, and she took on her maternal last name, aka her sort of like normal last name, or the daughter disappeared or died. What daughter? There's a daughter. Because a proud mother adamantly supported Yan's marriage after her husband's marriage, so she was married to Attila. She's the mother of Attila. Who is Lilia? Oh, the daughter Lilia. Oh shit, the witch is Lilia. Oh, you have to write this down. Oh, shit. The witch is Lilia Dragunova because of her red eye in a photo dated 1963. Mother of Yan is Volha Dragunova, who took on her maiden name again. Presumably, the person who hired us, who is known as Volha Lishenko. You can't see my Emacs, but I'm writing these notes down. Oh, you assumed that Attila was a girl. It's okay. Attila the Hun. But Lilia Dragunova is the adoptive elder sister. She was adopted of Attila and Mstislav Dragunov, which means Volha is the wife of Attila. So let's write this down. Volha, wife of Attila, sister-in-law to Mstislava, to Mstislav, because she's the adoptive elder sister of these two, which implies that these three are siblings. Although she acted more as a caregiver to the two boys rather than a sibling. Not much is known about her besides reports of her eccentric personality. In 1965, the Dragunov family announced that she had ran away, though no investigation was held. This was her in 1963. What happened in 1963? Wait, the witch is already old. How is Volha still alive? Well, because the witch is adopted, right? And the witch isn't old. The witch is old now. The witch is already old. But Lilia Dragunova is the adoptive elder sister of Attila, aka she's older than Attila. Volha was married to Attila. So Volha should be alive if the witch is still alive, because Volha and Attila would have been younger, presumably, than the witch in terms of the relationship, right? So Lilia is the witch. 1963 is only 1 year before the animal killing massacre. 2 years. 2 years before the animal killing massacre. So 2 years, wife of sister-in-law to Mstislav. So family tree is like this. So family, here, I'll show it here, okay? Family tree is like this. So now we have kind of a picture of a family tree. I'll draw it here. Okay, now you can see my Emacs. Okay, this is the family tree. You have the let's go back to the founding family. You have Bohdan and Alina Dragunov. I'm going to assume that the is like there if it's on the woman's side versus the man's side, okay? They then made 2 kids, which we don't really... Well, they then had 1 kid, okay? The sickly child. I don't know who the sickly child is, but it's somewhere there, okay? The sickly child. We don't know who this is yet. But in terms of timeline, this should be before Attila and Mstislav. So you have one over here, and you have one over here. You have Attila, and then you have Mstislav. Sorry, I don't know why it doesn't. There we go. Mstislav. Okay. Then you have the adopted elder sibling. So you have the adopted elder sibling of Lilia adopted into the family. So now she's a part of this family. This isn't like a really good family tree thing. I'm sure that there's like an actual marking that you're supposed to use to like say where they come from, right? But she's a part of this line and she's older than them both, okay? Attila, and don't worry about the red mark. I'm still trying to fix it. And what's her name? What's the wife's name? The family tree name? Volha, who is now Volha Lishenko, which is like, I don't know, it's like nay with the symbol, right? Lishenko is this. So, okay, well, fuck, I gotta go like, fuck it, I gotta go like, okay, and then fuck you, we gotta, okay, and then fuck you and your large ass family, alright? Fuck your large family, okay? Fuck your large family, you go over here, alright, fuck off, stay away from him, move aside, please, okay? And Volha Neilashenko, they then have Yan. Direct connection to Yan. That's the family tree. As far as we know, this is the family tree. The Mstislav line, we don't know if there's anything more to it. Nor do we know more about the Lilia line. But basically, Lilia ran away from the family, okay? Lilia, which is Lilia, this was 2 years before the animal killings tragedy. And she was eldest of the two, but still fairly young here, presumably. So everybody in this family is still alive. Every single person in this family is still alive. Not a single person is dead. Everyone's still alive, okay? What is your secret knowledge? Or like, what's been redacted from you? From your legend? Because Volha has no secrets, but Volha... So now, actually, there's the question of like, who is Volha trying to find then? Who is Volha trying to find? Who disappeared in the 90s that she cares about? Her whole family is alive. Oh, her husband. You're right, because he disappeared in the 90s. You're right. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. It's her husband who disappeared in the 90s, Attila. So she's saying all of this, and she's emailing us to try to get us to solve this, but she's not telling us who she is, because she doesn't want to, like, you know, make it known. She cared about him. He had disappeared. Is there anything else about her? No. But it seems like she did marry into the family. So she married in. What happened? Like, how is she an orphan? She has one eye. Let's see. My brand. Your brother, Mrs. Law, pursued medicine after being inspired by her childhood stories of being sickly. One of which damaged her eye. Although it was more of a morbid fascination of her condition than a drive to help her. Oh my god. Adoptive eldest sister. I think she might have actually not been adoptive at all. How does this work? Sickly. Yeah, she's the sickly child. So maybe the line of the family was almost broken in some way. So how does this work then? Why would she be adopted back in as the eldest sister? So if you look at my family tree, something's wrong here, right? Presumably, and given her age and the fact that she's older than both Attila and Mstislav. Older than both Attila and Mstislav. And she had childhood stories of being sickly. What does this mean? Sickly child? No, but this is weird though. Think about this. She's still alive now. This photo was taken in 1963 when she did this. But for you to have been born as the child of the founding members of the family, you did have to have been born when the town was founded in 1887. She would have to be 60 years old in this photo to make that make sense, but she doesn't really look like a 60-year-old. Because as far as I know, plastic surgery wasn't a thing then. But maybe she is 60, and maybe she was using something from this time period. I don't know. Maybe her connection to the tree is that the tree was keeping her alive. We don't know that yet, but we can reasonably assume that the sickly child that was born originally to the founders of the town is not her. So she's not the sickly child. She was sickly, but not the sickly child. Because the sickly child was born sometime around the 1890s. Okay, around the 1890s. Whereas, I'm really like around the late 1880s, whereas she was already pretty young in 1963 and had childhood stories to tell Mstislav when she was adopted into the family. So it can't have been her. The timeline doesn't make sense. However, she was sickly. And sickly involves her eyes, presumably. So does this mean that the sickly child was a completely different lineage? So I don't think it's like this then. I don't think the sickly child formed these kids. There is a non-sick child family line, okay? So it's like you have sick and then you have sick nasty, alright? So you got these people over here. It's actually close to something like this. So it's like this, and then what you actually have is the sick line. The sick, and then this is the sick line. Okay, so sick line. This is the sickly line. Sticky. Oh my god, it's me. I'm the one. It's the sickly line. Okay, Nay Lishenko, put this underneath here. We'll do it here. Put this here. You go here. I really should have not used... Text formats are stupid. I should have never done this. Please remind me never to do text formats ever again, okay? And Mstislav, which should be over here. So, okay, go back even further. Fuck you. Go here. You go here. Okay? Both of you go here. Same with you. Okay? Mstislav goes here. So they ended up here. The sickly line ended up with Lilia, probably. I'm assuming that Lilia must have come from this line, the sickly line. Which we only really know about is here. And then the main line adopted her. So the main line must have adopted her at some point to bring her in. Why? We don't really know. We just know that they did. It's kind of a weird thing to do. Considering that like you don't really have to, but oh well. I guess they want to like be nice to their family, right? Let's just say. So then you have Lilia over here, like the witch, Well, she is the witch. As far as I know, I would argue that she is the witch because we are past 1963. We're roughly in the late 1990s, mid 1990s. We should be in 1995, and the reason why I think this. So, we are in 1995. The reason why I think this is because the copyright of the operating system, okay? As far as I know, this operating system was a new thing because if you look at this letter and the way that it says this, it's been a while since redacted bypass has been prohibited by the government. So here's a refresher on how to access it. Presumably, all this technology and this redacted bypass is not too old, but also not too new. So the system must still be in use from 1991 to 1995. I'm assuming right now it's 1995, based on this. Version 1.2 with this feature. Which means that it makes sense in terms of the timeline that Lilia could have survived all the way until now, and is now the witch of the town, because the witch somehow has a connection to Mstislav. Her and Mstislav want people to use the medicine in this town, and she cares about the pagan practices of this town. And also, when they tried to investigate the connection, they ignored it. Lost the wiki. Better go find it. Oh no, I've lost the wiki. That's interesting. So, I mean, this makes sense then. I think this makes sense. So she's from the sickly line. What's interesting is that she cares about pagan practices. So actually, that's another thing that we do need to look at. Sorry, this text is like really small, but that's the thing that we do have to care about. Okay, the sickly line can't be because of timelines and family lines possibilities. See below. Okay, family tree is like this. If family tree is accurate, the sickly line causes the eye deformation, and presumably loves paganism and the practices, and presumably is the family line that is upholding the pagan practices of the family. Okay? The original founding... In the original founding couple, Alina was the spiritual one. That's a key hint, I think, that it's carried down within the line, within the maternal line, but also that doesn't really make sense. It's specifically this sickly child, right? So, but just to say that, like, this could be this, okay? 5 years after initial festival, carving on tree happened. Alina took carpenter tools to carve into the tree the initial tragedies and bountiful harvests. Okay? The sickly line disappears and then reappears with Lilia, elder to Attila. Attila, born roughly 1920s, which is sickly child born roughly late 1880s. That's the timeline. It makes sense why they would be the elder. So, okay. I think that's what's going on here, but let's see. The witch's true name was Lilia. Perhaps we skipped ahead a bit too much, but that's okay. Witch's true name is Lilia. They were responsible for the tragedy. They were responsible for the tragedy? The war against the Nazis. No. Sorry. They were responsible for the animal killings. We could put anything here. They were responsible for the tragedy, the war against the Nazis. They were responsible for the tragedy, the medicinal herbs. They were responsible for the tragedy. There's our naming and cultural preservation initiative. Animal killings. They frequently return to the site of the tragedy to carve the rune onto the thing. So, what rune are they carving? This is low-key Cards Against Humanity. Honestly, like a Mad Libs X low-key Cards Against Humanity where you can actually change the way that the story plays out would be interesting. It would be awful and interesting at the same time. However, it would run into the problem of like edgy for the sake of edgy, right? Like that's the thing that I have a problem with like Cards Against Humanity is at some point people just like want to be vulgar for the sake of being vulgar versus trying to make it funny. What rune was he going to carve here, okay? If we assume that she's selling the chalk, okay? She believes that the chalk is there. She believes in the pagan practices. And we know what traditionally was carved into the tree. She isn't responsible for the twin glyphs. She isn't responsible for the twin glyphs that is causing the tree to absorb the dead humans that are killed under it. She's responsible instead for Zamina's cross, the hope of a better harvest. So then, I mean, this still doesn't really answer the question then, but now we get into the good stuff, okay? Who carved the twin glyph and caused the original massacre? Wait. Carved? Yeah, to carve the rune into the tree, yeah. Who carved the twin glyph under the once chalked, now also carved... What's it called again? Zamina's cross, and ultimately caused the original massacre. We still don't know who did this. Just 5 years after the founding of the town at the Winter Festival of 1892. Right? That's what this is. We don't know who this is. We don't know what's going on. But we know for sure that the witch isn't related to that. That the sickly child line must still be following in the original footsteps. Because, what did the witch do? She caused the animal killings. She didn't kill the people. We know that she was at the animal killings, and we know, presumably, that she's doing this because she probably wanted to try to stop this. Or maybe that's not true. You have no idea what's going on. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think they're carving Zamina's cross or the twin glyph onto the tree. Because these were carved at the festival massacre. I think it's the third marking on the tree that is being quote-unquote carved. They didn't carve this. This was from the massacre. I think they're doing this. They're asking for forgiveness from people. Because why would she want to have the medicine be used to help cure people? That doesn't seem like the act of somebody who wants to sacrifice someone. It seems like the act of somebody who wants to save someone. And the animal seems like a desperate attempt to try to see if they could somehow appease whatever it is that is taking the blood of people from within this tree to give them a good harvest. What's going on is occultist shit. I think she's actually the one doing this stuff, but I don't think it's carved. I think it's chalked into it. Let's try it. I might be wrong. But I think that's what she's doing instead of either of these. It's just the word carve. That's a weird one. The word carve feels like it's specifically about carving those runes. Because presumably carvings would eventually disappear, right? But there's two runes that could be carved. Which one would she be responsible for? Who is responsible for the other? That could be an interesting thing to think about. And this would be chalked on versus carved. But how do I know that this is true? Which rune is it? If we think of it as her following the family line, and we think of it as her following the tradition, then perhaps she's only carving Zamina's cross in the hope of a good harvest. Why would the chalk one still be around? Because she's frequently returning to the site of the tragedy to carve her. Actually, you raise a good question. It has to be the Isvini then, because you're right. The chalk ones would eventually disappear. But then why the word carve, right? Why the word carve? Why the word carved? Why the word carved? There was a disturbing rumor that the killer carved the runes into the dragon ogre as part of the festival tradition. Maybe mistranslation? I don't think this game was translated from a different language. I think this game uses a different language, but I don't think it's a mistranslation. Because so far, all the game's writing has used specific forms of the word to point and hint towards something. And if the mistake is that it's a wrong word, I think it's less a mistranslation and more just like a mind fart of like carved versus chalking. Because it's like, maybe they're trying to be coy about the fact that it's being chalked on without saying carved directly, right? And so, if I think of it like that, then perhaps the carving is there. But which one would she be responsible for then? Would she be responsible for the Zamina's cross? Or would she be responsible for the twin glyphs? I don't know. Is there anything here that could tell me anything specific about it? Like, anything that could help me with this? Because the runes were carved as part of the festival. They're always carved as part of the festival. Always. Wait a minute. The runes were carved as part of the festival. Yes. That the killer carved the runes as part of the festival traditions. So the tradition of the festival is to carve it into the tree. So which one would she be responsible for, though? What's with the twin rune again? So the twin rune is about duality. And the two examples that it gives about duality is growth and decay. And I interpret this as the decay of something leads to the growth of something else, aka the decay of the human bodies leads to the growth of the harvest that stands above it. The decay of the bodies under the ground leads to the growth of the harvest above. Renewal and remembrance I attribute to somebody's motivations to continue this practice while also keeping in mind why we do it. In the way that the quote on the Dragunov family tomb, for instance, the memorial reads, "For the loss of a few, there are still many." AKA, why do we kill people under the tree? Why do we do this horrendous act? We must remember it's for the lives and the betterment of the lives of the many. So renewal of the practice to continue the practice forward, and to remember why we do it, and to never forget our purpose and the reason why we must commit such a grave sin. It's like an odorous. Well, what is an odorous? It's like an odorous. Isn't that like when you smelly? Why does his voice sound so fucking sexy?
Odorous. Odorous.
Why is it so sexy?
Odorous.
Foul smelling.
Okay, well, we'll have the sexy voice.
Odorous.
Evil smelling.
Why is the evil...
Stinking.
Stink.
Reeking.
Reek.
What? How come it's no longer sexy?
Smelly.
What?
Odorous. Smelly.
What?
Odorous. Smelly.
Why is it only sexy when it's smelly and it's odorous? But yeah, I'm thinking it's a cross. So of these two runes, I'm thinking it's a cross because traditionally, that's the one that we sort of know are based off of this image of like what they would have chalked on. Because again, the festival was originally celebrated to celebrate the harvest of her husband. Alina originally celebrated this to celebrate the harvest of her husband. Presumably, the sickly child, which is the lineage of Lilia, would have known this and would have passed down the original tradition. Because again, that child could have been any number of years old by that point. The first sickly child, right? The progenitor of Lilia. That was eventually, because she was adopted, was disowned by the family. Okay, also means that sickly line was eventually disowned by the family. Why? Otherwise, why would Lilia be adopted? Okay? When I bring in my niece, I'm not really adopting my niece. She's just my family. I wouldn't say outright that I'm adopting my niece. So it must be, perhaps there was opposition from the sickly line as to this practice, and some other line of the family, the Attila line, probably was the reason for the twin glyph. So the progenitor of Attila was the reason why this happened with the twin glyph. A perversion of the original practice. Because again, we know that the witch cares a lot about pagan rituals because the spiritual chalk is the flagship product of the witch. It's advertised to be able to commune with the surrounding nature and the souls of those who perish with rune symbols. She holds on to the traditional practice of her pagan religion at the time, and she even says this in relation to the herbs, where she wants to use the local medicinal herbs in the ancient pagan rituals. She is a traditionalist compared to the new line, which eventually led to the result of the twin glyph. You say the cross, you don't think she will have carved the twin glyph? She wants to stop the killing of people. Yeah, exactly, right? Because she also she also experimented with the dog thing, and presumably because the tree has the symbol of forgiveness on it, with the symbol of forgiveness on the bottom of the tree chalked in, that she must have done this to say sorry to the animals and to the people who like died here, because she's the one who sells the chalk. Ouroboros. Oh, Ouroboros. Sorry. I mean, there is like an Ouroboros-like thing over here, which I think is interesting if you look at it as like a symbol of continuity, which is, I was thinking about that, where it's like, you must continue the cycle, right? You must continue the cycle. It's implied by this with these circular shapes here, right? I was thinking of that, but I wasn't sure how to like, sorry. This. I was thinking of that, but I wasn't really sure how to like, you know, bring it up because I'm still not quite sure. We don't have enough clues. It's just my sort of like observation that it could be a cycle of like continue the cycle. So two distinct lines, right? So probably two distinct lines. The one that believes in the traditions of the pagan religion and the original innocent purpose behind the traditions, and the one that believes in sacrifice of the few for the lives of the many, which is now a part of the memorial to the Dragunov family. And this memorial is not just to the founders. This memorial is to the family as a whole, to honor the family. Now this has implications, right? The quote that implies the sacrifice of the few for the lives of the many is on the memorial to the family. You wouldn't call somebody adopted if they came from the family, but presumably Lilia, what's the opposite of ancestor? What's the opposite of ancestor? The descendant. Thank you. The descendant of the sickly line, in as far as we can tell due to her condition. Thank you. You wouldn't call somebody adopted if they come from the family, but presumably Lilia. But Lilia was adopted into the mainline family. Okay, so she was adopted into the mainline family. This implies that the sickly line, was pushed out of the family. What? Dependent. Oh, sorry. Dependent. And the mainline family, for some reason. This then leads directly to which line of the family is responsible for what, which also defendant, which also lines up with all of our evidence. Mainline Dragunov family, Attila up and downwards, is responsible for the addition of the sacrifices of the human sacrifices and the twin glyphs. For the tax benefits, you're right. Of the twin glyphs, okay? This is because we know that Attila must have known about this practice due to his position of sheriff of the town. Okay? And we know that the witch cares about the ancient pagan rituals, aka the original tradition, aka the thing being celebrated at the original festival. Hope for a good harvest in the new year in spite of a bumbling idiot of a husband. Not even joking, that's the actual story, okay? Sickly line, which holds the original tradition of hope and wouldn't want to sacrifice humans, presumably thus being pushed out because they weren't willing to go along with it, right? Otherwise, why would Lilia / witch try to do the tradition with dogs, a being typically seen, I'm not saying that I agree with this, but a being typically seen as lesser than people, to no avail. The sticky line, you know too much. Time to die! You know too much. The sticky line. Okay, that's it. Why did Attila disappear though? So that's a major question that we have to answer for Vola. We don't know why Attila disappeared, but we know that he knew about these practices. He knew about what was going on. He was aware of this. He knew why people were sacrificing themselves under the tree. And if we look at it in terms of like the main line and the sickly line, and we look at it as a tradition that must be upheld, right, based on the symbol and the meaning of the symbol, the twin glyph of renewal and remembrance, that it's not that somebody killed him. I think he was the reason why the 90s disappearances occurred in the first place. He recreated the event that happened originally. The same event that happened at the Winter Massacre. At the Winter Festival Massacre, the culprit killed the festival goers and then themselves under the tree. That they went missing is simply a side effect of the fact that those that die under the tree and we decay faster. And we know this because of the animal killings. Although the investigation was quickly resolved, the bodies were proven difficult to retrieve due to them decaying at a faster rate in the soil. Over the course of 2 months, and we don't know how long that this took, but over the course of 2 months, there's a high possibility that the bodies would have been nothing. And why did the glasses stay behind from the good doctor? From the mycologist? It's because it wasn't a part of his body. It wasn't consumed. So knowing all of this, the witch's true name is Lilia Dragonova. They're responsible for the tragedy of the animal killings. Why? The motive seems to be clear, trying to figure out if there's a way to keep the benefits without having to lose the entire thing. Maybe as like a stand-in to see if you could do the animals instead. They frequently return to the site of the tragedy to carve the rune, specifically the rune Zemina's Cross, because she comes from the line that believes in the original tradition. What? Fucker. It is this. It's Vini. Fuck. Okay, wait. Okay, this whole thing, delete all this. Whole thing's wrong. Whole thing is wrong. Okay, all of this, wrong. The witch carved the Isvina, which was in chalk. It never happened. Straight to the judgment. It never happened. Never happened. Listen. Sometimes, okay, when you're making up game theories, all right, sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. That's just how it goes, okay? Sometimes you just gotta throw it away. But this lines up with her personality, okay? Which was in chalk. Carved the Isvina into the tree in order to ask for forgiveness from those who passed. Why does it sound so scary now? Hidden sister. To think that the witch was their sister all along. And to think that they had a sister to begin with. That was unbelievable. I found this document hidden in the archives. I felt like it was meant to be buried. Like it wasn't meant to be found. I hope it helps with your investigation. What does that mean? Chad, there's no more things on the wiki. There are no more documents on the wiki. What is this attachment? Still, why carved and not chalk? Because I think the tradition was always carved, right? The disturbing rumor is that the runes were carved onto the tree as part of the festival traditions. Presumably, it was always a carving and never a chalk. The chalk is kind of like a thing that she sells to other people to get them to like practice it, to do it in other ways. But perhaps to commune with the tree, you must carve it. Right? If the whole idea of what's going on here, the whole idea of this supernatural power is that, you know, you must give something to get something, then it makes sense that you must carve out, aka you must give the flesh of the tree in exchange for the power of the rune. And the rune in this case for her was the Isvina to say sorry to something. Either the animals that were sacrificed or the people or both. Flush. And in this part of town, Steen Flush. Right. Research. Year 1943. Research notes number 144. Transcription. Tree looks to be centuries old. Can be confirmed there are runes on the tree. However, it isn't in chalk like the pictogram suggests. Seems to be carved with some carpenter tools. See, so everything is carved in. So we know this already. Remind soldiers not to trample over the area, and be careful of the delicate fungi. They're hard to spot, but they're there. Update: found a letter written a few days after the incident. We'll attach it along with these notes. A letter. So this was from the Nazis. This is Nazi writing that was transcribed over and sent over. This is when they were investigating the area after the events of the late 1800s when they found out. It was stamped by the police department. I don't know if this implies that the Dragonovers are Nazis, but if they are, we have to kill them, okay? But if it doesn't imply that, then it means, because we know that the documents that the Nazis had were handed over to the police to the police department, which is being run by the Dragunov family. So I don't think that they're Nazis. They just had to stamp it to say, like, we've seen it. We know it. This document is now in our possession. In which case, this is from them learning about what happened here, and they learn about the carpenter tool. We already know about the carpenter tool. We already know about the connection between the festival, because in the kinship, you know, the person who like did that must have taken the tool, which implies then that the carpenter tool. So this letter does imply that the person who caused the original killing. The family tree, mother who carved the twin glyph, and also cause Alina Dragunova was the original, was the culprit behind the original Winter Festival massacre. Okay? This is all but confirmed due to the note about carpenter's tools, having made the carvings on the tree, and the note about kinship and equal footing given in the document on the festival when talking about how wives would take up their husband's tools. Well, I guess it would be like wives multiple would take up their husband's tools. Yeah, multiple. Okay, this makes sense. Okay, so it's Alina. But they also found a letter, well, written a few days after the incident. A few days after the incident. The incident, which is the late 1800s. There's another letter that's gonna reveal what's happening here. Okay. In which case, Alina Dragunova is responsible for the tragedy, Festival Massacre. But what drove her mad? What? They're also responsible for the 2 runes, Slavic runes, on the dragon tree, right? What? But like, why did she going to party like it's 1889? Why? Why? Why did Alina... well, not that, sorry. Why did Alina Dragunova do this? We don't know. Seems like a fit of madness or something. Sorry. On the Dragunova. The rumors of the tragedy spread across Europe and led to another tragedy. What? Huh? Oh, spread across Europe. The Germans heard about it, yeah, and then they caused the tragedy of the Battle of the Forest because they were there at that moment, right? Yeah. The Nazis. Because it spread across Europe, and then they hear about it. Yeah, because Nazi Germany is in Europe, was in Europe. Conspiracy. This must have been the beginning of it all. I've heard of the legend before, but I always thought it was an old wives' tale that scared me when I was a child. I think we're uncovering a much deeper conspiracy than we thought. Surely someone must have known about all this. How did these tragedies go unnoticed? Unconnected. Not unnoticed, not unconnected. Somebody buried it. Buried it just like all the bodies under this tree. You know, lower the volume bit because there's something. Scared. Sorry, I don't know why I was so scared. Sorry. Somebody intentionally led the investigations astray. We know that it is Attila because they were the one who was the first sheriff of this town. They were trying to hide this. They ousted something from the family after the tragedy. Lilia. Wait, they ousted something from the family after the tragedy. Wait, how's that work? Right, because Lilia, she had run away. It's 1965. She had run away from the family. She's adoptive, but she was ousted, as in thrown away. They ousted from the family. Right, yeah. Sorry, I was just confused because I was like, they're already an orphan. You can't really oust an orphan. Like their life already sucks. I was like, I don't know if it's like really worth it to like, can it really be worse to be alone? I don't know. After the tragedy, the plague. Because of the mistakes made by Dr. Mrs. Slav Dragonov after the tragedy, summer plague. Okay, we accidentally solved the entire game from the very beginning. I didn't think we would one-shot the entire game, but hey, we're doing pretty good. You've done enough. I don't think this is a good direction to pursue. You've already done more than enough for the investigation. Your notes have been very helpful. But for now, I'm asking you to stop looking into this. Please, leave it be. Does it tell you if you got it wrong? Yes, it doesn't even let you submit it. It doesn't even let you submit it. You must have been incredibly close to Attila. She doesn't want to come to terms with the fact that her husband was covering all of this up. That her husband was the reason why all of this happened, why this cover-up happened, and why all this pain and suffering had to occur. Your real name is Volha Dragonova. Wrong assumptions. What? Attila was my husband. He was everything to me. I loved him. And I never imagined he would be involved in, well, whatever this is. I hired you because I wanted to know what happened to him. Not to learn he might have had a part in it. That's the assumption that was wrong. I don't know everything he did. But he was always a private man. Please don't assume the worst without proof. I actually do think that maybe it's not the worst. I think that something else is going on. Because again, we still haven't answered the question. Who is the sickly child? There's more at play. That's weird. Okay. Or maybe he is. Maybe we have to convince her that he's wrong. There's more at play. There's a reason why there are so many tragedies. Kozlovka tragedies. Is there like a better way of saying this? Like a tragedy? There are so many Kozlovka tragedies. Everything traces back to that one place, and the roots lead back to the Draken Oak. That tree is the center of it all, and your husband is a part of it. They all had -2 karma. Everybody had minus karma. I mean, some of them had more than -2. Some of them had like multiple minuses. Wake up, Volha. Your husband's a murderer. Finish what we started. We've come too far to stop now. I suppose we have to see this through. I went through his office. I hate doing it. It feels wrong, but something caught my eye. I don't know why he had this, or what it means. Maybe you'll understand better than I do. Chat, I am fucking terrified about opening this. But this is the letter. I'm sorry, Yan. But it is impossible. No. This is a different letter. 1992. Year 1943. Research notes 144 from the Nazis. Update. Found a letter written a few days after the incident. We'll attach it along with these notes. Where is the letter that was supposed to be attached to the original notes from the occupiers? I just don't want my notes to have the word Nazi in it. Like, I feel like that's like a bad vibe. Like, because this file is 5,000 lines long, right? If these notes have the word Nazi in it, like, it's fucking over. You know what I mean? Like, that just feels like bad mojo. So we'll call them occupiers for now, and then but we all know what we're talking about. Maybe it's a letter after the missing incident. So after the missing incident. Well, so I was thinking that this is a letter after the incident, right? So like here, so why were the Nazis there? This is a letter from the Nazis. Why were they there? They were there because of they were there because of something that happened in the late 1800s. Late 1800s, 1892, when the Festival Massacre happened. Okay? So, found a letter written a few days after the incident. The only incident between 1943 and the beginning of this town was the Festival Massacre. So it's not any letter after the missing incident, after the 90s disappearances. It's not the letter that she just sent us either, because this letter was dated July 21st, 1992. There was a letter after. Where is based on the timeline, it should be a letter written a few days after the Festival Massacre. That's what the letter is. After the Winter Festival Massacre. That's what the letter is. So this letter is still missing. The sickly child is still missing. Both of things are still missing. This is a different letter. I'm sorry, Yan, but it's impossible. The land is too reliant on the symbiotic ergot. Without it, we just can't. Maybe decades later something can change, but the damage is too dire. Your proposal will fail. There's something else. I think I'm being watched. Oh my god. See? It wasn't him. He's covering it up because they needed to survive. He's not guilty, right? So Attila, is it behind me again? Stop! Attila is covering up. I'm scared. Is like I'm actually getting chills. It's just starting to get scary. Attila is covering up the incidents. Not because he's directly involved with the acts, aka he didn't directly make people disappear, but because the town needs it to survive. He was being watched before he died, as he noted in the letter sent to his son Jan in 1992, when his son put forward the original proposal for the modern farming initiative. Was it farming or like modern industry or something? His son put forward this in 1991, 1992. He writes this letter to his son to say, we can't do it. I'm sorry. I know why it's being done, but we can't do it. We need this. This town will fail. But then Attila felt like he was being watched. Mr. Slav is still here. I might know who's behind the recent incidents, but I need to be certain before I say more. Explain in person, July 21st, 1992. Who's watching? I'm supposed to sleep right now. We need answers. We all need answers. Sent a letter to Jan. To Jan. Of how the modern farming initiative will fail. They also knew who was involved in the 90s disappearances. What? Oh, I guess like in the tragedies as a whole. Wait. I might know who's behind the recent incidents. For 2 months in the summer of 1992, this letter was sent July 21st. Summer starts roughly around June. He must have been one of the first people to have disappeared. He must have been one of the first people to have disappeared. What he's talking about is the plague. He knows who was involved, Mstislav. I don't get it. 90s disappearances didn't fit, so what? I might know who's behind the recent incidents, but I need to be certain before I say more. You're in the walls and you can't say more. Who's watching him? Who's watching me? You're in the walls. Sent a letter of how the modern farming initiative will fail. Maybe it's not the modern farming initiative? Well, it has to be, right? Because, like, your proposal will fail. He's talking about a proposal will fail. Modern farming initiative was proposed by the mayor Jan Dragunov. It's this thing. No. Was it Attila? No, it has to be Attila. No. No, it has to be. Wait, why would he have this letter? Oh my god. That's weird, right? Why would this letter be in the office of Attila if he sent the letter to his son? It's not the witch. It's not the witch. It's Dr. Casimir. Casimir, who studied he studied the ecosystem. He knew why it's so important to everything. He felt like he was being watched. Attila intercepted and then killed him. You know what I mean? I don't think it's the witch. I don't think the witch is too old to write. Specifically because Jan brought Dr. Casimir. Sorry, that makes more sense. Okay. No subject. What the fuck, chat? I'm kind of terrified. These are the last of what I can find. They know what they know I've been looking into this. I'm gonna lower the volume. Everybody, I'm a screamer. I will scream if something jumps at me. Fuck. Chat, I didn't know I'd be playing a horror game. Oh, fuck. I didn't know I'd be playing a horror game. These are the last of what I can find. They know I've been looking at this. If something happens to me, please find... Is everything alright? Are you there? Scream now to let out. Ah! Evidence letter. Here we go. This is the letter that was initially sent over. Refer to research notes number 144 for details. This is a transcription of the letter. My dearest daughter... Do not fear the sacrifice your mother made. Take the fungi, and you will not only survive, you will thrive. The land will remember your name as it remembers hers. With all the love I can still give your father. Oh my god. Chat. The witch is responsible for everything. The witch. The witch. The witch. The witch. Lilia uses the mushrooms to continue her life and to thrive. The letter after the Winter Festival Massacre was from Bowden to Lilia. Was from Bowden to Lilia, telling her to take the shrooms and live. So the witch really is the sickly child, yeah. So she's been able to like keep her strength the entire time. Everything has been a ruse. And it's not... There is no line. So she is just a sickly child. / Lilia. That's a little spooky. Wait, so then how... So then the image of her being sick like that is because maybe she didn't get to harvest the mushrooms, right? Where are we in the timeline of the agriculture? This happened recently, so the mushrooms must now be fresh. She's probably gonna go harvest them now in order to like gain back her strength. Because again, they wanted a good harvest to take care of her child. Do not fear the sacrifice that your mother made, Alina. Dear brother, I read her father's letter. Think about it. The land feeds on what it's given, then maybe it doesn't have to end in ruin. Maybe this is how we survive. What? It's no wonder she never seemed to age. All this time. I need to test it. A few small trials, just to see. That all alone has kept me awake for days. I know how it sounds, but this could change everything. Imagine what we could do for the next 50 years. The witch has been us all along. I mean, that would be terrifying if, like, we were the witch, too. November 24th, 1965. That's why he became a doctor. Yeah, this is Mstislav talking to Yan. Because he had a fascination with it, but not for the reasons that we thought so, alright? Mstislav had a fascination in Lilia's condition, not because of the eye, but because of her unaging visage. He saw the potential of the mushrooms to continue life, and thus created his medicine from it, and thus argued that the government should use it, as Lilia did. Except Lilia wanted it for herself and for the ancient pagan practice of consuming others to stay young. I don't know. That's like sort of like the whole point of it. I don't know if that's a pagan practice. Not sure if practice, but definitely this. Okay? The letter 1965. Why the animal killing? Probably because of this. This letter here implies something. Do not fear the sacrifice your mother made. This implies that Lilia isn't entirely on board with the methodology behind it. That she loves the effect that it gives her, that she loves the fact that she can live her life normally and feel fine, but that she doesn't want to kill people to achieve a normal life. And so, this letter, it implies that she didn't want to do this, but she has to. There's no other way that she knows how to. Because without this, she would die, and I don't know if she wants to die. Dear brother, time is running out. I think you'll have to start soon. Jan invited some expert after your clumsy mistakes. What the fuck? Dear brother, time is running out. I think I'll have to start soon. Jan invited some expert after your clumsy mistakes, but I think I can handle it. This is Lilia, the witch, writing to Mstislav. The brother in this case is Mstislav, and Lilia, the witch, is talking to him. That's why they're so close with. That's why they're close with each other. That's why the family covers for her, and that's why they both advocated for the medicine. Mstislav believes in the same thing, so maybe she doesn't care about what happens. Maybe she is just as evil then, right? Because after his clumsy mistake of the plague trying to recreate the effects, Jan invited the expert, the Dr. Casimir. Perhaps the trials were not failures. You said they passed in their sleep? It might be the best solution to make it as painless as possible. It's the best we can do for what we're asking of them. For the loss of a few, there's still many. Holy shit, they want to make the killing painless as possible. Yeah, that's actually like that's genuinely terrifying. So like Mstislav, in trying to turn the mushrooms into some method to make your life move on forever, instead made something that made their deaths painless. And so it ended up helping the goals anyways. It's like either way they're in a good spot. At least for the witch. I don't know if Mstislav is really, but still, it's something, right? It's something. Is everything alright, Volha Dragonova? Are you there? Chat, I'm absolutely terrified. I'm gonna scream. Oh, fuck. Town hall. Oh, thank God. Contract terminated. I'd like to apologize for Volha Dragonova's actions as of late. Unfortunately, we decided to terminate your contract. Please cease all prior investigations and send your invoice to the town hall. Your services will be paid in full. Thank you for your cooperation. Again, this family is so deeply embedded within the government of this place that they are willing to do anything to hide the information. Who is this? Is that you? Lilia Dragunova, is that you? What? Jan! Jan is the current mayor. So why is he trying to cover for them too? He wanted to stop this. That was a good guess. Or perhaps you were simply more perceptive than I gave you credit for. Tell me, what's driving you now? Curiosity? Guilt? Or the need to be right, no matter the cost? You're probably the only one to understand. Too much blood has been spilled in Kozlovka. And then your mom, your mother, Volha, did you kill your mother? Chat, did he kill his own mother? Volha and I didn't know what we were uncovering, but now we do, and the world deserves to know. Did he kill his mother? But what if he didn't kill his mother and somebody else did? Right? Does he even know what's going on? Stubborn as a rock. You're naive to think that simply telling everyone's gonna solve anything. Truth doesn't heal. It spreads. Divides. Consumes. Fine. I'll let you continue your investigation. You already have everything you need. Perhaps you'll understand the position I've been forced into. Start from the beginning. And he's not wrong. Again, when the knowledge of the spread across Eastern Europe, the Nazis came here to try to take control of this, to use it for themselves. It spreads, it divides, and it consumes you. The letter was written by the original letter that we saw from the child, from 1890 something, was written by Bodan, addressed to Lilia. It suggests that the tragedy, the festival massacre, was a ritual to cultivate more symbiotic ergot to treat Lilia's illness. That letter was lost to time, only to be found during the tragedy. Battled forest. We've solved everything. This game is fun. Although I have more thoughts about the game afterwards. I have more thoughts afterwards. Continue. Okay. Thank you for, sir. You're wasting, sir. This is 1995. Email inboxes have a size limit. Okay, buddy? Attempting the ritual. Something caused the tragedy. Attempting the ritual. So she tried to attempt the ritual, and this is, now I get it. Lilia didn't know what the ritual was. Lilia didn't know that the ritual was specifically, that it specifically required people. She thought that she could do it with just the animals, just enough to deal with it. It's why she carved in the runes Isvina. Yeah, she still doesn't want to. She's saying sorry. But at the same time, she has to, otherwise she dies. When they were caught, Attila took the letter and sent it to Thing. When they were caught, somebody took the letter. Attempting the ritual, Lilia Dragunova caused the tragedy. It failed to achieve results because it was just animals. When they were caught, somebody took the letter. What letter? Am I stupid? This was in 1965. Am I stupid? Dear brother, I read her father's letter. Here we go. Mrs. Love took the letter. Wait, I read her father's letter. Similar, she seemed the age. And sent it to Jan. Sent it to Jan. Mrs. Slav took the letter and sent it to Jan. In their excitement, or Jan or Attila, I can't really figure out which. Because Attila was the one who had the final copy of it. Caused the tragedy, something like. Yeah, so it's Attila. I read her father's letter. Think about it. If the land feeds someone's given, the maintenance of that ending ruin does not downstairs. I've known this since the age of the time. Imagine what we could do for the next 50 years. When they were caught. Oh, when they were caught, as in when the Nazis were caught. Attila took the letter and sent it to Mstislav. Yeah, because he got the letter from the Nazi records and sent the letter to Mstislav, who then got excited and tried to recreate the whole thing. Yeah. Continue, right? Keep going. You're almost there. This is like, holy shit. This is like, is this what ERP used to be like? Like, imagine JOI, but over email. This is exactly it. It's like, oh baby, keep going. Sorry, your mail failed to send. Attachment, file size of the attachment was too large. Please send smaller attachments. Like, fuck. Okay, I'll just pause like gooning for a second. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck. After the incident, you invited Dr. Casimir to research it, the symbiotic ergot. While the research was underway, Lilia caused the ritual once again, causing the tragedy. The 90s disappearances. Somebody sensed something was wrong. Volha sensed something was wrong, tried to warn you, but Lilia intercepted the message and had them killed. This alerted you of the crime. What? Somebody sent something. Oh, right. Dr. Casimir sent something was wrong and tried to look because he sent a letter to him, but Lilia intercepted. Oh, right. Attila did. No, it is. Yeah, because Attila died too. Lilia was the one who Lilia intercepted it. Kill him. Huh? Who intercepted the message? Wait, it was Mstislav. Started the ritual again. Attila sent something wrong? I don't think so. So if we go back to the letter, I mean, it could be, but it's specifically this letter, which is written from the perspective of... Wait a minute. Well, research on the way, so causing the tragic 90s experience. After the incident, you invited Dr. Casimir while research was on the way. Lilia started the ritual once again, causing the tragedy. Dr. Casimir sensed something was wrong and tried to warn you. It was this letter. Where's the letter? It was this letter. No, it was this letter. No, it was. There we go. I'm sorry, Jan, but this is impossible. The land is too reliant, and there's something else I think I'm being watched. I might know who's behind every sentence, but I need to be certain before I say more. I'll explain in person. This is Casimir writing to Jan. Casimir was doing the research, and the proposal will fail. Maybe the doctor started the ritual? Oh, like... the 90s plague? But that's not the ritual, though, right? That was just a mistake. That was just a clinical trial gone wrong. Dr. Casimir tried to sense you... started the ritual once again. Well, so the reason why it says again is because Lilia was behind the animal killings. So to say that again is that she would have done the 90s disappearance, right? Versus the summer plague. The last one was the summer plague. The last letter that we sent, see? Caused the thing, and then in his excitement caused the tragedy summer plague. So we're already past the summer plague. It must be the 90s disappearance. Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky said something was wrong, tried to warn you, but who intercepted the message? It wasn't Attila, because we put his name in and nothing changed. But it wasn't Lilia. Nor was it... Is it because of the name Lilia? Because she is the witch? It wasn't Mstislav either, because when I put his name in, it didn't seem to work either. So who's left to intercept this letter? No way, right? Who intercepted the letter? While the research was on the way, she started the ritual once again, causing the tragedy in 90s experience. Because he came in 1992. Again, based on this timeline, he came in 1992. He was invited around 1991 to 1992, which is when this happened in the summer of 1992. The timeline fits with the 90s experience. Dr. Casper sensed something was wrong and tried to warn you in that letter that we saw here. But they need to be no more to say certain. Who intercepted them? Huh? Also, the lines in the background are getting weirder, chat. Is this... I just noticed... Are the lines in the background supposed to look like that? Something's changing. Who the fuck? Okay, let's do... Start the ritual once again. Oh, maybe it's Attila. Did he do it? And then would it be like this? I guess, like, what other person am I missing from this? So it must be... Okay, let's try the plague. I just feel like it'd be crazy if it's the plague, because did we already pass the plague? Because the plague wasn't the ritual. Yeah, see, it's not the ritual. But maybe she started it. Or maybe it's the witch started the ritual again. Oh, maybe it's because of the witch. Sorry. The witch started the ritual again. But the witch... Oh, but who intercepted it? Bruteslop. He's the one who has control over the government. No, it would have been Attila then. Would Attila have started then? Wait, sorry. It's not Summer Plague. Sorry, it has to be this. Chat, my brain is sufficiently dead. Okay, so what the witch? It's something about this like witch thing. It's something about the witch and Lilia. They're technically the same person. After the incident, you invited Dr. Kasimir Ostrovsky to research the symbiotic ergot. While the research was underway, Lilia Dragonova started the ritual once again in 1991. Okay? The plague had already happened by 1991. You starting to think it's really the doctor who started the 90s missing? There's no way the doctor... He's dead! He's dead! He died! Pretty sure each input should be the witch. All witch. We invited Dr. Kasimir Ostrovsky to research the symbiotic ergots. While the research was underway, Lilia Dragonova started the ritual. What was causing the tragedy? Oh, each like him. I mean, but I tried that and it didn't work. So like that's why it's weird. See that? Kasimir sensed something was wrong and tried to warn you in the letter that he sent to Jan. Okay? So these two for sure are correct. But he's not the one who started the thing, because, again, he's obsessed with the mushrooms, and he cares about it in the sense of, like, what the mushrooms could do. But I don't think he would be the one to get his hands dirty. That's the thing that I think is sort of odd about using Dr. Bruteslop, is that he wouldn't be the one to get his hands dirty, except in certain circumstances, right? Fuck it. After the incident, you invited the cultural preservation. Holy shit. This initiative is crazy. Wait a minute. This initiative started in 1991. That's exactly it. Oh my god. Dr. Jan Kasimir started the ritual once again. She started the ritual once again, causing the 90s disappearance, killing even your father. Dr. Casper tried to warn you, but do you know who intercepted it? The Cultural Preservation Initiative. Was it the fucking Nazis? They're all dead. Oh. Said something was wrong, tried to warn you, but inside the message didn't have them killed. Imagine Jan waiting patiently for a reply, like, this guy's a fucking idiot. Dr. Casamira. Because Vola wouldn't have known anything by this point. Intercepted the message, had them killed. What am I missing for this shit? The last one was about the plague, okay? Lilia, Festival Massacre, the Battle of the Forest, Animal Killing, Summer Plague. We're now at the point of the 90s disappearance. This is true. Who intercepted the message and had them killed? A circle into the square hole? Yeah, this is me. This is my circle into the square hole moment. This is my circle into the square hole moment where I'm just like, I swear to God, I swear it's this. This makes the most sense, but I don't understand why it's wrong. I genuinely don't get why it's wrong. She's... Who intercepted the last message? No one. There was no interception of messages except by the Nazis and Attila, and Attila's dead by now. Lands too reliant on the symbiotic ergot that we just can't. Maybe decades later something can change. I might know who's behind the reasons. I need to be certain before I go. Attila was my husband. You invited Dr. Casimir. Wait, if she started this, then he's already dead. He's already dead. It has to be Volha and sorry, that's the timeline. Where this is the current. What? He had them killed. Fuck you. Davic. Perhaps. Fine. Let's go with your theory of this and the plague. There's no way he's behind these disappearances, though, right? Could he be the one that was behind these disappearances? But how does that make sense? Where did that come out of? You know what I mean? Like, if that's the case, how does this work? Okay, thank God. I was worried that was correct. Is it all about the plague? It can't be. This is 1991. Oh, Attila instead of the witch? Yeah, that's true. We could do Attila. But then this is the thing, right? If it's Attila instead of the witch, then he's already dead. By the time this happens, Attila and Dr. Casimir are dead. So Attila is already gone. He's dead. Dr. Casimir is already dead. He gets killed as part of this ritual. Wait a minute. This is a tough case to break. What names have we not used? Maybe Jan did it. Maybe Jan killed them. And then it would have to be Mrs. Slav, because he would be in the government. In the government. He's the government. He's the government. And this is afterwards. So this is the current day, 1995. What the fuck am I missing from this button from here? What am I missing from this? After the incident, let's start back from the beginning. Let's build the timeline again, okay? Build the timeline properly. Modern Farming Initiative was proposed by Jan. The proposal involved Dr. Casimir Ostrovsky, who was invited to the town to undergo research. While the research was underway, started the ritual once again causing the tragedy 15 people have vanished. From this, 2 months in the summer, one non-local was gone, including Casimir. The investigation, led by Yan Dragunov, ran cold after a year, having only found a few items from several victims. This must have been this. While the research was underway, who started this thing? I might know who's behind the recent incidents, but I need to be certain before I can say more, okay? He knows who it is, but who is it? The land is too reliant on the symbiotic ergot. No subject. 1892. My dearest daughter, do not fear. Was I correct in my assessment that... I think I'm correct in my assessment that Lilia doesn't want to do this. I don't think Lilia is behind this. It can't be. Because she feared the sacrifice that her mother made. She was afraid of it. That's why she tried to use the animals in the first place to try to stop it. The person who's truly obsessed with this is the brother. It has to be. Because he's the one who wrote this, and then he's like, wow, look at this. Imagine what we could do for the next 50 years. Like, he wants to live forever. Dear brother, time is running out. I think I have to start soon. Because this letter was written, Jan invited some expert after your clumsy mistakes. This is a letter written from the sister, Lilia, to the brother, the doctor. Perhaps your trials were not failures. You said they passed in their sleep? Might be the best solution to make it as painless as possible. July 9th, 1992. When did the good doctor write his letter? In July 21st, 1992. July 21st, 1992. It's the best we can do for what we're asking of them. For the loss of a few, there's still a many. She had to start it again. Lilia Dragunova started the ritual once again, after your clumsy mistakes. Then, July 21st, the doctor sensed something was wrong. Right? What other letters are there, possibly? 1992, July 9th, 1992. Stubborn as a rock. Start from the beginning. Keep going. You're so close. You're so close. Finish what we started. July 21st, 1992. I went through his office. I hate doing it. Oh! No, you're right. It is Attila. Right, because he had the letter from the doctor. Yeah, sorry. I'm a stupid. Huh. Yeah. Look at this. Finish what we started. We come too far to stop now. I went through his office. I hate doing it. It feels wrong. This is the mom to Attila, the father. Caught something. Something caught my eye. This was in his office. I'm sorry, Jan, but it is impossible. The land is too reliant. Maybe that's something else. I'm being targeted. Wait a minute. What if this letter wasn't intercepted? It was left in his office. But that's different from being the one to intercept it. What if Attila was trying to tell his son what was going on? But then he intercepted his own message and was like, fuck it, might as well kill myself. Attila tried to warn you, but then he intercepted his own message and said, fuck it, I'm gonna kill myself. But how could this have been? Who could have intercepted the message? It's not like she has control over the government. Mstislav does. I don't understand. What the fuck I'm missing? Did she kill her own husband? Did she kill her own husband? Did you kill your own father? Or did you kill your own mother? Everybody's killing each other. Family like no other. It's the Dragunovas. Ah! Maybe Yan intercepted the letter for Yan. It's gotta be these fucking cultural preservation motherfuckers. Oh, I know who intercepted. Chat. The real evil behind all of this, okay? Chat, think about this, alright? The real evil, it's the fucking tree. It's the mushrooms! The mushrooms intercepted it! Oh, the chalk, the chalk, the chalk, it's the chalk, it's the goddamn chalk. Oh, it's the Ouija, it's the Ouija, it's the Ouija. What do we know? Maybe the Dragunov family started the ritual. Actually, that's actually not that bad. Yeah, maybe. It is technically the family as a whole, alright? Maybe what it's trying to ask me is that the family as a whole is the one that started it. Dragunov family? It just doesn't really flow well. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say it, but we're all stuck. We're stuck, we're stuck, we're stuck. Let's see this. After the incident, you invited Dr. Kasimir Ostrovsky to research the symbiotic ergot as part of the Modern Farming Initiative. Dr. Kasimir Ostrovsky was primarily researching the ecosystem in the forest, where they then wrote them a letter on July 21st, 1992, during the 2 months of the summer killings, or the summer disappearances, saying that the land is too reliant and that they're being watched. I might know who's behind the recent incidents, but I need to be certain before I say more. The recent incidents. Sorry, I did the bunny thing. Like what's the guy who does the videos on the medical stuff? And then he's like presenting to the emergency room. I did that with my finger, and I was like, the person behind it being Lilia. Presenting to the emergency room. Mushrooms. Dr. Kasimir Ostrovsky, his glasses. Well, the research was underway, and we know that this is the case because in this letter, this last one, dear brother, time is running out. I think I'll have to start soon. Jan invited some expert after your clumsy mistakes. Jan, so it's not that brother. Your clumsy mistakes implies Dr. Mstislav's mistakes. I think I can handle them. Perhaps her trials are not failures. I think I can handle them, as in I had to start soon, as in Liliana started the ritual again. And the ritual that she ultimately did on July 9, 1992, those 2 months of summer from July onwards into the next couple months, was the 90s disappearances. You said they passed in your sleep. It's the best what we can do for what we're asking of them. She has a heart, but she also has to do it to stay alive. Dr. Kasimir then wrote to him and said that he felt like something was wrong. And so he said, I'm gonna go and warn you, and tried to warn you, but guess who intercepted the letter? I went through his office. Volha went through her husband's office. Something caught my eye. I don't know why he had this or what it means. He had this letter for some reason. Attila had this letter, but it doesn't let me do it. Wait, she wouldn't call him brother because you know she's older? What? Okay. Chat. Everybody's broken. We're all fundamentally broken. Yes, she would call him brother because she's the sister. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, right, because older people would just call them brats. Well, what other sibling is there? What other sibling is there? What other sibling is there? No, because she's the sickly child. Yeah. So, but like the problem is that she was adopted into the family, right? And like, she was adopted in, And she is the sickly child, so she would technically be older than them, like older than Attila. But I think that's the thing, right? Is like, she is the sickly child. What I'm thinking happened was that after this happened, after it's like your aunt. No. She's not their aunt. No. She's not their aunt. She is their sibling. Because what happened is that she dies 1892 during the massacre. Okay? The father, Bowden, writes a letter to his daughter at this time, 1892, and says, "Don't worry, with all the love that I can still give your father, the sacrifice that your mother made." It implies that he got with somebody in the meantime and had a child. Because again, we know that people can just marry into the family. My thinking is that he had children with somebody else, and that those children led to Attila, or they had Attila by this point, and then she did that thing for the sickly child. But either way, it does make sense that she is the sibling. Like, the timeline does match up if you consider that either he remarried, had like a different kid with somebody else or something, or they had Attila afterwards, but Attila was already getting old, but she was staying young because of all the mushrooms. And that's why she was adopted. That's why Attila was running the police station and hiding all of the evidence, because he knew. He knew that his sister was like this. That's why Attila also had the letter from the Dr. Casimir or something, because, you know, he was the one who like ordered him to be dead. But why she killed him, I don't really know. But presumably, and this is something that is hinted at within this other letter, the reason why it happened is because it might be the best solution to make it as painless as possible. They only experimented on people with pre-existing conditions, aka people who were already going to die. They're the only people that they target. Presumably, Attila was so old by this point that he was probably close to death. That's my theory, at least. But okay, so let's say if I'm wrong, right? That letter is not from Lilia. Guys, you still think that it's the witch. The witch is Lilia. The witch is Lilia. I'm not doing witch for everything. You invited the witch. The witch then did this and then that. What if the witch and her are two distinct people, though? That would be interesting to think about. But I don't think that's the case, because we've established that the witch is Lilia. Look, the letter was written, addressed to Lilia Dragonova. After all, your real name is Volha. They ousted Lilia from the family after the tragedy. Festival Massacre, Alina Dragonova is responsible for it. The witch's true name is Lilia Dragonova. You think Attila started the nine's missing based on the letter to Dr. Dragonov saying brother. What? Could that be true? You think Attila started the 90s missing based on... Oh, you're right! Wasn't that the thing that I wrote in the family tree? Because Jan is the child... Oh, you're right. Because Mstislav is the brother of Attila. Sorry, I keep forgetting that, like, Attila... I keep thinking that Mstislav is the brother of Jan. But you're right. So then, dear brother... Oh, you're right. Okay, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, that's it. Oh my god. Yeah, so Attila started the 90s missing based on letter to Dr. saying brother. I was thinking, like, okay, maybe the sister would still call him brother, because, like, maybe they still were in that relationship, and then maybe they were all born of the same generation, but just, like, left off by someone else. But if this is truthful about all the members in the family, then that can't be the case. In which you're right. So, Dr. Casimir sent something. He started the ritual, but he intercepted the message. Oh, thank you. You're a genius. You remembered the family tree that I made that I forgot. Holy shit, thank you. If you didn't remember the family tree that I made and then I forgot, it'd be over. Thank you for saving us. You actually saved us. Holy shit. I forgot. I keep thinking that like Mstislav, Jan, and the thing is a sister, but it's Attila and Mstislav. I'm assuming you already figured out what happened next. I don't fucking know. There's enough evidence, but I can make a guess. You killed. He was the last victim of that. So it wasn't Witch. It wasn't Witch. He killed Attila. He's the one who killed Attila of the 90s disappearance. Because he wanted to stop it. Here and now. My father. He may be my father, but by the end, he wasn't the man I knew. When I learned what he'd done, what he intended to continue, I had to end it. It was foolish, because in the end, the burden fell onto me. The irony of it all. Some truths rot everything they touch. See that? Some truths rot everything that they touch. Like this family tree. This family tree brain rotted me so hard that I forgot that happened. Thank you. You saved us from another 2 hours of me trying crazy things. I don't know how did I forget that? I'm not like I made this. I knew that they were brothers. I made this. How did I forget this? I'm stupid. Like I'm actually stupid. He may have been my father. Do you understand why the past had to stay buried? Volkova is too reliant on this on the tree. Sorry. Not Volkova. What the fuck is a Volkova? Kozlovka. Kozlovka is too reliant on the dragon tree, on the symbiotic ergot. The town was built on death, on the rituals disguised as tragedies, and has been feeding on that ever since. So that's what you meant by Attila. Sorry, I was thinking back and I was like, wait, Attila but like now it makes sense. Sorry, it totally makes sense. You meant it in both places. That was my bad. Do what you must. Casimir only confirmed what I was too scared to admit myself. The town is built on blood, and to an extent the country of Zainava. Yeah, it really feels off to you why the witch will call him brother. Yeah, I was thinking like, maybe as like a stretch, maybe they were born much later, but then like the mom had already died. So maybe there's like another person that was a part of the family tree that's hidden. Maybe the twist is that there's another part of the family tree that we haven't seen yet. But then thinking about it, it's like if the game is truthful about everything, then it absolutely makes sense that she would be the aunt and not be calling him the brother. Yeah, I get your point of thinking. And then I forgot that the Mstislav is actually not the brother of Jan, but that's his uncle, and is actually the brother of Attila and the sister. I literally wrote sister-in-law. I wrote that. You still like the version where the tree intercepted the letter. I like the version where the witch was responsible for everything. It was just I also like the response. I also like the version where it was like the town hall. It was the initiative doing everything too. Psyop. The town is built on blood, and to an extent the country of Zainava. If we stop the process, people will starve. But what's a measly few to sacrifice only every 50 years? It was a curse inherited by my family. I've grown tired of the charades. I think in my heart, I wanted someone to know. I won't stop you from doing what you think is right. I only wish that my mother wouldn't need to know. You killed your mom for this? That's actually fucked up. Chat, we can publish the article, delete evidence, or burn the tree. Oh shit. I mean, if we burn the tree, we do doom everybody. And we kill them by starving them in the long run. But it's 1995. I don't know how to say this. From 1995 up until 9/11, you could probably fly anywhere within the world, right? And when does the Cold War ended? The Cold War ended in 1991. Okay? So there's this like relative period of like a very odd level of peace, except for in the Middle East. And most of Eastern Europe is still trying to recover from the USSR's rule at this point, right? But it should be easy, relatively, to just book a plane to go fly over to somewhere in like America, let's say. or to go somewhere else within Europe. Like you could go to Germany at this time. You could go to Sweden. You could go anywhere from this point in time. So even if they have to leave, at the worst they would move. The ones who were old and poor, they die, and that would be bad. But this is the thing that's interesting, is that realistically at this time period, it's probably not that bad for them to go around and then live somewhere else, right? And this is something interesting too. By burning the tree and stopping it entirely, stopping the cycle, we say in a way, the sacrifice of a few for the lives of the many. We sacrifice the few that can't leave for the lives of the many that can leave and will now no longer have to be sacrificed year over year. It's an inversion of that same thing that started this whole thing. Yeah, exactly. Screw the cursed land. Go live somewhere else, right? If you delete the evidence, it continues. Again, sacrifice the few for the lives of the many. If we publish the article, though, it's a gold rush. America invades Volkovka or something, or like America invades this place for the same reason why they invade different places for their oil power. Wait, burning the tree doesn't guarantee they'll stop. What if it grows to another tree? Then it is the will of then it is the mandate of the heavens, right? In the same way that like emperors in ancient China had to follow the mandate of the heaven. If even after all of that, a new tree sprouts, it is the mandate of the heaven that people must die, so that other people must live. There's nothing anybody can do about it, but at least they tried. You know what I mean? But I don't want to delete the evidence because that's boring. I want to publish the article or burn the tree. It's the only two options that I really care about. I should have saved. I'm going to burn the tree. Thank you for doing what I spent my whole life wishing I could. Because again, Lilia wasn't the one who ended up doing the 90s disappearances. That was Attila. She tried to do it via the dogs because she didn't want to hurt people. And because at the time, yeah, well, just in general, people think of dogs as less than people. But every time I tried, I thought of what dying would mean, and I faltered. I was too scared. But now, I've lived a much longer life than I needed. That's why her picture is old. Think about it. That actually makes sense. I didn't even think about that, right? That also leads into her motivations. In 1963, she was never aging. Mstislav saw this and tried to recreate the effects using the mushrooms, causing the plague. But the most recent photo of the witch shows her as old. It shows that the witch actually didn't even partake in the mushrooms that originally provided her with life. Because she had felt as if she had now been able to move past it, and that she didn't want to do that anymore. She just simply wanted to pass on. Yeah, exactly. Because if she started the ritual, or if at least she would have benefited from it, she would still be young looking. But she's old. It's because she had already decided to be better. And so this definitely nailed in her personality even from before. Okay. I was too scared. If Kozlovka survives, I pray it remembers you more kindly than it will remember me. We don't get to see a tree going on fire? Yes. Game created by Yat Feng Lung. Wait, maybe... No. Yeah, this is a great game. Holy shit. This game is good. This is a nice story. It's a very nice story. It's not too overly complicated either. I think the story is like just enough where you can just go through it and you deal with the elements in the story in one shot. It's like a nice bite-sized chunk. You can keep it all within your head, roughly, unless you're an idiot like me who forgets that there's like a sibling angle, right? And then you can just finish it all the way through, but it never stops being interesting. It's actually like very interesting all the way through. You get to see everything that happens, and you get to discover all of their motivations, sort of piece by piece, as you go through this timeline. And I like how the hints were laid out. They weren't laid out so obviously. It required you to do a lot of cross-referencing and thinking about what these things mean, and to sort of like infer what happened based on very subtle clues, right? Except for the wood carving bit, which I think was too on the nose. I think just having sort of like, you know, the idea of like making the form on the chalk, like instead of saying, you know, she returned frequently to carve the rune onto the tree, it really should have said she returned frequently to place the rune on the tree. Would have kept it vague as to whether it was chalk or carvings. Like it could have kept a bit more. But other than that, everything was like done well enough that you could follow the trail if you were perceptive enough to remember these details, to figure out the larger picture and like the bigger thing at play without outright spoiling it or making it too easy. It was actually just the right amount of difficulty. And it was done so well, it was done purely within the writing. It was actually very, very good. And then the story itself is just interesting. Like, not only does it have a lot of tension throughout, but like, just the backstory and like the setting that it's in is a genuinely interesting place because there's so much implied lore as well. Why were the Nazis there? What would they have done with this knowledge of this ritual had they succeeded in what they were doing? Imagine the potential of like Nazis that live forever. That's terrifying, right? It goes to show that in the wrong hands, it doesn't really say much. But you think about it more and you realize the implications that in the wrong hands, this practice would have resulted in something awful. We were only lucky that Lilia wasn't evil. And we were only lucky that the people who were obsessed with this thing were simply obsessed with it in sort of like the way of they wanted to try to replicate the effects without really understanding how it worked. It's a very fascinating sort of approach to the story, but I think they did it very well. The background, like the setting, was genuinely interesting, set in this sort of world that's both mysterious but also close enough to reality that we can feel like a relation to it. With characters that have these like really some solid characterization behind them, even the characters that we never speak to. There's a lot of effort placed into like building up a history of like who these people are and like what their personalities are. It's good. It's really good. And the gameplay was just good enough. I think it could have been a little bit better. I do think, like, let's say compared to the Root Trees are Dead, that game with its freeform gameplay was a lot more interesting in that you weren't necessarily filling in the gaps of words, but you were instead filling in the family tree and then sort of inferring the story in your mind when they came to recap it to you, right? This gave you more of the story outright in the letters with the Mad Lib, but not to say that it's worse. I think it's a different style. Like, it's not as complicated. It's not worse because it's not complicated. In a way, it results in a different type of game entirely that I think worked well for this shorter format. It was very, very solid. And yeah, exactly. Like, there's only one mystery left, though. What is her illness? Like, it's still... It's like, it teases this world that still has so much more that kind of, like, it makes you want to go back and, like, figure out the rest of what's going on. It makes you wish that it told you more, because, like, what could possibly be at play here to have caused all this? How much of this is because of some magic ritual versus something? Like, we know it's a part of a magic ritual, but, like, it feels like there's so much more behind it that we don't quite understand. Because, again, was it only for her child? Why did she have to kill herself? What was the reason for Alina to go so far into making it happen? It was sort of strange. Still, thank you for playing. This project was a labor of love. Hope you enjoyed the experience. Yep, the game is saved just for we can explore the other endings. Also, it's like the tree in Attack on Titan. The tree is the real villain. It is. Like the tree. Like, if she's able to grow older, what's the need to consume the mushroom? Well, so we know that, right? Because she did mention that she initially was afraid of death. She was afraid of death, and initially when she was younger, she probably wanted to live a normal life as compared to, like, you know, her like, compared to, like, what was given to her because of her, like, youth, right? Because she was born with it. She was afraid of dying, so therefore she stayed older until that last cycle when she said she didn't want to stay older anymore. Kozlovka. Kozlovka is too reliant on the symbiotic ergot. And also, like, what is the symbiotic ergot? Really? Like that's also an interesting question to ask, is like, what is the origin of the thing? Like, it's like, it reminds me sort of how... What's this other game I think of? Kind of reminds me of like what all these other great stories do, where they give you just enough to make you realize that there's a lot behind the scenes going on, but it simply leaves it as a mystery for you to ponder on, as if this world is alive and you can still think about it. It leaves you with the feeling that the world is still alive because it hasn't told you everything that's there, but it's not like it's obscuring it because it did poorly. It's obscuring it because it wasn't important to the thing at hand. Right? It exists somewhere out there beyond this story. That's a fascinating way of doing it. I'm gonna publish the article. I just want to see what happens. Admin office. Detention notice. Zainava Internal Securities flag you for unauthorized disclosure of classified material. Your residence is under surveillance. Agents will arrive within 2 hours to take you into custody. Processing will occur at the National Center. One phone call will be permitted. Remain your registered residence until the agent arrives to avoid escalation. They're going to shoot me. Zainava.gov, is that a real website? No, that's not a real website. But the .gov thing, I think you can get that if you're a real government, right? Or maybe it's only for the US. I'm in jail? Also, Yati the Man. That's a good, like, handle. Yati the Man. I'm a motion. I'd also do this. Yat Feng Lung, and then they do a lot of things, actually. Wow. Chat, they do a lot of, like, really cool design stuff. I'm actually surprised that they made this. Wow. I'll show you their site after, but also, like, check out the other people who they made it too. The music in this was also really good. The sound effects, like, everything was really nice. The art was really good too. So what's the last one? If we just delete the evidence, what happens? I'm clicking as fast as I can. I'm clicking as fast as I can. Kozlovka. It's too reliant on the symbiotic ergot. I also like that it gives the option for you to be able to go and try the other endings. Usually other games would just be like, okay, replay the entire game, and I hate that, honestly. I'd rather just, like, see what you have to offer. I think I have time to replay this. It took us 1 hour to remember that Attila and Mstislav are brothers. Are you there? Wait, Volha. Things are quiet. The fields are green again. The harvest looks like it'll be strong this year. My son hasn't said much, but he brushed it all off as a misunderstanding. Guess some things don't change. Can't help but feel like there's something wrong. I thought she was killed. I guess she was just dragged away and put in jail. I know you've not replied to my previous emails. Please, give me a sign. Fuck it, I'm driving away. Story written as well by these two people. I'm curious to see all of their work. I wish that the other writer was also listed somewhere such that we could see their stuff too, but that's between them and the creator of this game. Great game. Fantastic game. It's a one-shot game, so once you've seen me play it, it's too late. And I kind of wish I could go back in time and then tell you not to watch it so that you could see the game and then play it yourself to feel it. Because honestly, it's really good. I've been trying to find games like this more and more because I just want to play more weird investigative games like this. I have a lot of other investigative games that are on the that are on the playlist for future streams, but it's like every time we play one of these, like the thing that really hooks me is that it's that stickiness that it does, and it's that stickiness is the same thing why this is so good and why Apothecary Diaries is so good, for instance. You wouldn't think that they would be related, but it's the way that it uses intrigue and the way that it invites you, the consumer, to think about it yourself and, in a way, place yourself within the world. Because when you begin to think about the things that are going on, as you begin to try to solve these things that are going on, you induct yourself into the world that is being, written before you. It's the same reason why Road Warden is so good. Every decision that you make brings you deeper and deeper into this world, such that you believe that this world is real and happening right in front of you, right around you at this very moment. Very few games do that practice of dragging people in, right? Like the Root Trees Are Dead, like all these other amazing games that we've ever played where I've also had the same feeling. But when they do, boy, do they drag you in.